It's going to get nasty out there in just a second. Wind driven hail will hit you in the head. You don't want to be outside for that. Yeah, happy to help. That's some scud. Yeah, we got so you see these clouds right here on the right side of the screen? Those dark clouds hanging down below the storm. And even as far on the left side of the stream here, there's just a bunch of scud there. Scud clouds, whenever we say that, those are precipitation cooled. So rain cooled clouds. The rain cools the air as it falls from from the cloud itself. And then new clouds can show up there because they condense in those colder temperatures. So the rain is cooling it down. The clouds form as a result. HD automatically good, 720 to start. You were in low quality. See, yeah, I don't know why that is, but if you have to watch in 480 or a lower quality, that's fine. But make sure you guys are upgrading that. Don't know why they do that. I'm even on the normal latency now. I thought that would fix it, but nope. YouTube's like, nah, man. No, man. So yeah, I appreciate that. We're gonna talk about that often. It's important. I think it turns thousands of people away from the stream and from weather information when YouTube just makes this lower quality automatically. So make sure that you're updating it. It's probably one of the most frustrating things I think for a streamer because I am streaming in HD. This is on your end, not mine. It's also on YouTube's end. Good to hear though. Make sure you guys can upgrade that quality. A lot of people are just gonna assume that I have bad internet. They're like, "Get business internet." I'm like, "I have it. Y'all please." It's on your end, unfortunately, but not everybody knows that. So it's a big, big turn away from the stream, unfortunately. All right, so let's take another look at our storms here as Zach and Frankie repositioned and Brian Allen repositions. He's still looking at the stream here. This is Brian Allen's feed. Still looking at the storm. Out ahead of Stephenville about to impact here with some really heavy rains, heavy winds, and possibly large hail. Let's look at that storm here. It is on the radar. The hail here is in the pink. It's moving roughly this direction, but could develop anywhere along the storm. The severe thunderstorm warning is in red, and our chasers are down here, pointed north into the storm. So that's where we see their feeds. So let's go back to our one tornado warning. At the moment, this is down here near Kasi. So I hope everybody in Thornton and Kasi is taking shelter. Still don't see anything that would tell me the tornado's down. Our rotation here on the right, this is our winds, is very broad. Normally we'd be looking for this right next to this, but we have quite a bit of space in between it. So broad rotation on the storm. Nothing tight like a tornado where a dancer would bring their arms in and spin faster. That's not ongoing right now, from what we can tell. But please be taking shelter over here as this storm enters southern Limestone County in Texas. Down the line, if this warning is continued or expanded, it will include Jewett, Texas, Buffalo, Dew, and possibly as far north as Fairfield, Texas. Leon and Freestone counties in Texas are going to get in on the warnings there. So that includes Marquay, Centerville. More than likely, though, the storm is going to impact these areas in particular. But I would, of course, recommend taking shelter if you do see a tornado warning come through here. The bit rate's 6K, more than enough. Still watching most of these cells out to the west here, seeing if they're going to, maintain their severity here as they head up to the east into favorable environment along the I-35 corridor. Because this one over here near Goldthwaite, uh, could approach the Waco area up, as far south as Belton and possibly Salado in Texas. So this would be the storm of concern for these areas if it does continue to develop. All right, that's an active look there. And for Dallas Fort Worth, if you're just joining, these storms off to the west here are going to be your round two. It's not over today. Moving into the area, it does look like hopefully, Abilene in Texas is out of this out of the risk today, and hopefully Wichita Falls. But rapid development is still possible along anywhere along the dry line, anywhere along any boundaries over here. So those storms could develop and become severe in 15 minutes. So we still have to be on the lookout there just in case. So Jacksboro, you got heavy rain approaching you, but no severe warnings for these cells. Maybe a bit of rotation though, starting up in this middle one here.
New information. This tornado warning has
So
been
we've had
upgraded.
weather spotters in the Limestone County, Texas storm. Confirm this tornado. More than likely, your emergency management services. It's probably right in here, right in this area of the storm. It's tough to see it, but this is a confirmed tornado warning now for Limestone County as it passes to the north of Cossie, going toward Thornton. So let's take a look at that. So this is a weather spotters confirmed tornado. So not confirmed via radar, but rather any chasers in this area can spot the tornado doing damage at the surface, and they can confirm it to the National Weather Service, call it in. So that's the reason this warning was upgraded. So, like I said, it's why we need to be taking shelter in these areas. It's important to do that. Yeah, I didn't go into in particular eye shards. Thanks for the support. I mean, you can see large hail on the correlation coefficient as well, but it's besides the point at the moment. I'll do as much educational bits on it as well, but like I'm just gonna focus on what's pertinent right now. Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Of course, like the stream, keeping as many people up to date on the weather information as it comes out as possible, giving you another perspective, serving as another stimulus or a means to action for anybody in the immediate path of these storms today in Texas and possibly even southern Oklahoma. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see anything yet. If a weak tornado is developing and on the surface, it's going to take a long time or a little bit of time for it to kick anything up that we could see on the radar. So nothing is going to be there yet, more than likely, but we could begin to see that if it persists. All right, so there's our confirmed tornado warning. Please be taking shelters. Please be taking shelter, rather, interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got it here. Because this was confirmed, I'm pretty confident that this tornado warning is going to be extended out ahead for southern Freestone County into Leon County here as this moves off to the east, maybe a little bit to the northeast. So advanced watch it. An advanced y'all watch out up here for any tornado warning that might come through on your phone or through a weather radio if you've got it over here. So expect that to come through since this tornado was confirmed by weather spotters if this is extended. All right, so back towards our finally. Oh wait, no, that's Jacksboro. I'm like finally the supercell split, but no, it hasn't. This is really what we're seeing down here is rather than a supercell persisting on its own, we're kind of seeing some outflow dominant structures. So outflow dominant simply means that the winds being pushed out pushed out and forward of the storm here are the dominant part of the storm. So rotation is not dominant here. The outflow, the storm's pushing wind out in front of them, is dominant here. So if that continues to be the case, then we'll not see anything tornadic in the short term over here in Erath County as this passes closer to it's a Hill County, southern Johnson County, towards Hillsboro, Texas. Along the way here, along this blue arrow, So hopefully this will remain non-tornadic for now because it just looks outflow dominant. That is your term of the day. Hopefully, hopefully that's the term of the day. Everything is outflow dominant. No tornadoes. We'll see. Looks like these storms are gonna move to the south of Jacksboro, Texas, for now. Any rotation here is kind of just petering out. Very weak rotation in these storms for now, but they are not in the most supportive environment. This is not the supportive environment for, or the most supportive environment for tornadoes over here. This is definitely more supportive for hail, which is why we're seeing large hail approaching Stephenville, Texas. But over here, this area, including the Dallas Fort Worth metro, all the way down south to Waco, this is the area I'm concerned with. We can see our tornado warning popping off down here, and even having a confirmed tornado with it at the moment. Um, this is the area of concern primarily for tornadoes in over the next few hours, and the storms that could do it are over here. So they are moving to the east. Let's take a quick look at the reason why, while we wait for this tornado warning to possibly be extended into Leon County, Freestone County, and maybe even the northeastern corner of Robertson County here in Texas. If a warning does come through, it's for areas closer to Marquay. So let's take a look at the reason why that this is happening today. Today we've got a dry line in place. A dry line is simply where very moist, swampy air meets dry air. And when that happens, here's our dew points. This is a measure of moisture. Here's our dry line right here. This is current, almost current here. So Abilene's to the west here. Wichita Falls, it still feels swampy out there, so you could get some storms. When that happens, we get fire risks out here to the west. Eastern New Mexico included in that. Even as far north as the Oklahoma Panhandle, where it's windy and dry. Fire risk over here. Severe storms over here, where it's nice and humid out. So very humid in Waco at the moment. Very humid and in Dallas Fort Worth, all in eastern Texas here. It feels like a swamp out there, I'm sure. We got those southerly winds streaming in, I'm sure, as well. Pretty decent at the surface there. So here's our boundary that we can see on the moisture. Storms pop up out in front of this. This is serving as our mechanism for forcing, along with a shortwave moving through the area. So here's our boundary. This is where storms are coming from, and they will move off of the boundary through eastern Texas. So this boundary, if we watch it, it's not going to move. It's not going to move through Dallas Fort Worth. It's going to be swampy all day. We can watch it. So it's not going to move through there. Not really. Staying mostly in place. Wherever it's blue, it feels like a swamp. Wherever it's blue and purple, it feels like a swamp. But the storms for now, while the sun's still shining, they're just going to initiate and then move through these areas that are supportive for severe thunderstorms. So that's a quick look at the reasons why this is happening today. Some of the reasons. It's hard to cover every single one. And that's why we have this enhanced risk for severe weather, including primarily for tornadoes and hail from the Storm Prediction Center in orange. That's a 3 out of 5 risk, with 5 out of 5 being the highest. So, if you're curious, an enhanced risk, it essentially means that there is an elevated threat for severe weather. Severe weather is likely and expected in a lot of these regions in the orange here. When we get into those higher risks that you might see on Tuesday, like a moderate risk, that is more like there is a moderate certainty of severe weather in the highlighted areas moving through. Okay, so we go from an elevated threat to a moderate certainty when we get to the higher risks, like we might see on Tuesday, April 4th. So we'll be talking about those higher risks in spades. Don't you worry. Right now, though, we have to cover the current events. This tornado warning may be extended here out to Leon and Freestone County in Texas here. This will include down the line, Palestine in Texas and Crockett. Anywhere along this area should be paying attention here to this supercell in particular. as it has a history of producing a tornado spotted at the surface by weather observers. Thank you for the support, y'all. So let's look up towards Tyler, Texas, as well. At the moment, we've got these stronger storms moving in, though. They're going to be for hail, although there is some rotation showing up in here. So a couple of these are starting to rotate. The evening hours is really where we see this tornado threat maximize. So over the next few hours is really where we're watching for tornadoes to start forming here. And these ones could be strong enough now to do it as they approach Tyler. But we'll also see more severe weather move through later tonight in these same areas in East Texas. So watching these storms closely now. This is a radar hole, so I can do the best. Only can do the best I can see here on the radar. But at the moment, we do see rotation showing up. Here's a bit of a rotation on this storm, pretty far to the west of Tyler. A lot of these are pretty powerful storms. Severe thunderstorm warnings will be for hail and wind over here. So let's take a close look at this. This is a bit of side lobing, so not entirely confident at the moment that a tornado warning would be issued for any of these, but if it does come through, I wouldn't be surprised. And that would be for Van Zant County, into Smith County in Texas, and possibly Wood County as well. So these storms bear watching at the moment along Interstate 20 here. These ones up here, exiting the Gainesville, Texas area and moving toward the Red River. Does still look like these are primarily hailers. It doesn't look like we could see a brief tornado up here as well. So I'll be watching these storms as well. But right now, these have a history of producing a bunch of hail. So everything now as we get into the evening hours, I think is important to watch in particular. The evening is when we see that the winds about a mile above the surface start to ramp up a lot more, and that's the nadir juice. Okay, that's our nadir juice, and that's going to be what we're watching for. So now everything that was in place or is in place currently is important to watch. So we got our eyes everywhere here. All right, let's look at our warning over here. No debris signature that I can see right now on the correlation coefficient. So the only confirmation of this tornado in this storm that we've had is via observations on the ground. So currently, no radar confirmation at the moment. This is just a rotating supercell, possibly still producing a tornado. So if this warning is extended out to the east in just a second here for Freestone and Leon counties, that's what's going to come through for y'all. Nope, this is the first tornado warned storm of the day over here. So we are just getting started. Like I said, we're expecting the risk to be maximized in the evening hours. The evening hours is where our tornado threat will be today. So over the next 3 hours is what I would say is our primary threat here with any strong storms. April 5th is when you care about Pittsburgh. We'll be watching April 5th, so Wednesday for the Western Pennsylvania area. Very good. Yep. Thank you. We're approaching 100K subs here. I'm not going to focus on that though. So if y'all want to get to that goal, um, have at it. Have at it. We're doing as much as we can here, and we will be here covering these storms on Tuesday and Wednesday for huge areas of the U.S. So we'll make sure that you are able to receive notifications if you're in the risk areas on Tuesday and Wednesday. While we wait for this tornado warning to probably be extended here into these counties, I'll go over it quickly here on Radar Omega. So here's today's risk. And I'll show you Tuesday's risk. So everybody in the orange and yellow on Tuesday has the potential to be upgraded from the Storm Prediction Center. Here we go. Tuesday, April 4th. Much the same areas we saw on Friday. That's including Chicago, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Des Moines, as far west as Kansas City, Jefferson City, St. Louis. I think this risk has been trending to the west a little bit each day. Little bit each day. So I wouldn't discount it over here in Kansas City and areas just around there in Missouri. And that includes much of central Illinois as well. And also down here into Arkansas, Little Rock, Jonesboro. Um, please be paying attention on Thursday. Please be paying attention on Thursday. Friday, these areas are going to extend. They're going to get severe weather probably down here into the southern mode. And then we already have a risk area highlighted up here into the northern mode. That includes a lot of areas to the east of Indianapolis, basically all of Ohio. So Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Detroit, and Western New York and Western Pennsylvania is primarily where we're looking on Wednesday, April 5th.
A
So
new
here's our new
tornado
tornado
warning
warning.
has been issued.
That is for the extension into Freestone, Leon counties in Texas, as I mentioned. So please be taking shelter now if you weren't already. So yeah, we will be live on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. Right now, this is at a 3 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center, though it's subject to be upgraded as we get closer to the day. All right, let's look at Stephenville. Just had some severe weather move through there. Both of our chasers are frozen. Let me see if I can fix that. Let me see if they are frozen. No, they are not. All right, so let's unfreeze them. Still got our chasers moving through there. They'll come right back. Go. They'll be right back there. You got our feeds here. They are chasing this storm down here in Erath County. This is definitely going to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning into Bosque County, Somerville County, as this cell moves to basically it looks like it's going to continue moving east southeast. We've had a proper split now. This storm is moving up to the northwest now. So this storm is now properly split into two. And our right mover down here is going to maybe turn into a tornadic storm. So I would not be surprised if we start seeing any tornadic signatures here. This is going to, so this will be a concern over the next hour or two as it approaches Hillsboro, down to Waco in this corridor, through Bosque County into Hill and northern McLennan County in Texas. This is the storm to watch, and we have had, and both of our chasers today are on that cell in particular. So we've got Brian Allen right here. He's chasing it. Zach and Frankie's feed's not showing up for some reason. Oh no, did I lose it? I might have lost it. Hopefully that comes back. All right, so let's go back to our active tornado warning. The extension here into Freestone and Leon counties. A small extension here, but still a confirmed tornado has been observed with this storm in particular. So Farrar, Donnie here, and even as far east as Buffalo and Texas is a good idea to be taking shelter right now. Bosque County, thank you. Bosque County. Yeah, everybody who keeps talking about that, everybody who talks about that weather kid, Andrew Hill weather kid video, I get 10 messages about that a day, at least 10 a day. I did not grow up in Illinois. I grew up in California. They're gonna keep asking me about it though, because that video just gets recommended to everybody now. Oh yeah, I'll tell as many people as I can. No, it's not me. I hope that guy's doing well. That's what I say to everybody. I hope he's doing well. I haven't heard about him, so if he did continue a career into weather, that would be great. That'd be great. Uh, recently, there's not been a day 3, like any recent time, there's not been a day 3 high risk, no, from the Storm Prediction Center. There has been day 2 high risks, though, yes. In the past, that has happened. I don't think that will happen. with this storm upcoming for Tuesday. I think it will probably be it has a good chance of being a moderate risk though. So a 4 out of 5. Yep, Western New York on Wednesday. Even as far east as Rochester, Syracuse should be watching on Wednesday the 5th. And he has brown hair. Yeah, what what doesn't that kid have brown hair? No? Oh, I don't know. I thought he did. I watched the video, like, one time, I was like, "Oh." Alright, let's look over here near Tyler, Texas. Keeping everybody up to date. Actually, let's look up here near Collinsville. Whitesboro, Sherman, Texas again. I don't like the look of this cell right here. This is definitely moving right. Would not be surprised if tornado warning was actually issued up here. We're a bit far from a radar site again. I don't have the Durant radar yet, but I don't think it would reach over here. So, Grayson County, I would be indoors right now again in Sherman. It's been stormy there. It's going to keep storming though. I don't like the look of this one up here. So if there is a warning issued for Grayson County and Eastern Cook County in Texas, don't be surprised. So here's your y'all watch out up here. This is a storm that may be rotating. This area of rotation is a little suspect, but I think that the storm is definitely rotating. So let's keep a close eye up here in around the Sherman, Texas area, to west near Collinsville, and all the way east to Bells. So I'm watching this storm up here. These are starting to rotate as we get in the evening. This one over here near Jacksboro has definitely matured quite a bit. So before it looked a little like we had multiple ones ongoing. Now we're getting a merger. So you see right here, see how this storm, this is 18 minutes ago. The storm right here to the south is now moving up into the northern cell. When they combine, they definitely have more of a powerful look here on radar. So they become one supercell together. So this could become an issue as we go forward. So let's be paying attention up here near Joplin, Texas, into Wise County. So now we're starting to think about the western extent of the Dallas Fort Worth metro. Now we're starting to think about these areas here from these storms that are definitely taking advantage of the environment as we get into our stormiest hours today in DFW. Yeah, I'm not gonna turn off the white pop-up box. I'm sorry about that if that's annoying. This just tells me a bunch of data, so I'd like to keep it. Tells me a bunch of data about the storm. So maybe a severe thunderstorm warning in consideration for these areas here into Wise and Parker counties as this storm approaches from the north and west of Fort Worth. This is probably going to be the one we're concerned with as it goes east into Dallas County as well and the northern metro. Meanwhile, we have this storm down here that's going to track a little bit south at the southern extent of the Dallas Fort Worth metro. So really more concerned with Hill County and McLennan County and Bosque County here in Texas for this storm in particular. This one's now that it's split. So if you take a look at this, like 30 minutes ago, it kind of looked like this mess together. Wasn't really looking like anything like a discrete supercell that we're worried about. Now, currently, we see this split off to the north that's dying out, and now this looks much more like a classic supercell presentation here. We've even got the flying eagle. This is the flying eagle right here. You can kind of see the wings. Here's the wings of the supercell. Our updraft is splitting into two and causing more heavy rain on both sides here. So this is our weaker echo region right in here. So this is where rain is a little bit less, and we get the heavier rain on each side of the flying eagle. And right in here is our hail core. Definitely some hail falling in here. We can confirm that if we go to differential reflectivity, and we see a bunch of these grays in here. So large hail is falling. One way for me to confirm that. And again, another way to confirm it is we have this spike of the radar. The radar is coming in from this direction, hitting the hail here, in this core, and then we see this spike extending from it. That tells us that large hail is occurring. A flying eagle supercell. We see a lot of these in Texas. So this may pose a tornadic threat down the line here. Again, as we get further east here into this area, this is really where the tornadic risk, I think, will, like in terms of how much it can maximize today, it will be over the next few hours into these areas. This one down here near Goldthwaite in Evant in Texas, Lampasas County. This one is unfortunately matured as well. We see large hail starting to occur here, so we weren't sure if this one was going to continue to be impressive because it was kind of just steady state. But yeah, definitely down here. This is a mature cell, so this is going to be a problem from anywhere from Waco to Belton, through Gatesville, Coryell County as it passes to the east. So another discrete, isolated supercell down here that may pose a problem. So I would be watching this one if I'm in Waco along Interstate 35 here. Be watching this one. And we will be watching it. We will be watching it. Eric, the flag is just off of the left side of the webcam here. That's why you can't see it. Everything's big in Texas. I like that. I like that. It's true. Big old supercells. These storms approaching the northern side of Tyler here along Interstate 20. They're still rotating a bit. They're still powerful cells. Severe thunderstorm warned. Looks like most of them are going to stay north of Tyler as they pass along this line here. But don't be surprised if something starts getting nasty there in the city. So still watching these. They're far away from a radar site. So if they do become tornado warned over here, it's possible in the short term here. Just understand that is a preventative warning. A Waco and Waco, yeah. This would be a preventative tornado warning over here if you do receive one in the next 30 minutes to an hour, because we're far away from radar sites, which means we don't have very good evidence of what's going on at the surface unless people are there to observe it. Looking again up here, I'm thinking that we may see this is like some suspect rotation, but this storm is definitely rotating, approaching Sherman, Texas. We talked about that just a little bit ago. I think that we could see another tornado warning also issued up here for Grayson County in Texas. So I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised. Thank you, mods. Thank you for the help. Yeah, real-time data, the now casting. This is the now casting element. Of course, we'll be doing this for Tuesday. We'll be doing this for Wednesday. I don't know which way the threats are going to extend right now, okay? Right now, I'm focused on this area. Yeah, this is a little sus. Little bit suspect here, but it's possible that this is definitely a rotating storm. But right now, it's a severe warned for hail. Actually, this is 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Absolutely happy to help all of y'all. Gonna look at Arkansas. Arkansas right now is fine. You're gonna get some stormy weather into the morning though. Texarkana. And then you're really gonna be paying attention on Tuesday. Tuesday, April 4th. Please be paying attention. We'll be streaming. So have a plan in place for what you're gonna do already. But where did Brian
A
Allen's
new
thing go?
tornado
Oh,
watch has
he's
been
further
issued.
south. Okay, further south there. That tornado watch now extends into the northwest corner of Louisiana. Northwest corner of Louisiana. So Shreveport is in that tornado watch now. These storms are initially, they're kind of not merging together too much over here. We could see any of these storms popping up over here, become tornadic, become tornado warned. as they move to the east. And then I do think that another round of severe weather will be possible for y'all into the night. But we
A
kind of
new
just got
tornado watch has been
all
issued.
these storms popping up everywhere here. And over the next few hours, the tornado threat will be at its highest for today. So the next few hours are the most important for anybody in the risk areas today, anyone out ahead of these storms in this area. Yeah, definitely be watching Tuesday. We can do without that conversation in chat. Thank you guys. You guys are wasting your time. You know what I'm talking about. We're covering storms right now. Look at these. Look at these right here. These are all little beans popping up here. All these rotating storms here. They're all gonna start. They're all they're all gonna be rotating here. You can see they were basically nothing just about 30 minutes ago. To play that through, watch them develop. We might be talking about them coming up here. Is my only job? Yes. Yes. This one looks really nasty from afar. We can definitely see rotation aloft here, so no surprise that this is produced a tornado at some point. Again, wouldn't be surprised if this warning is extended. Again, including Buffalo, Texas, all the way up to Oakwood. I think this storm will also be pretty close to Palestine, definitely near Elkhart and Grapeland in Texas over here, in Anderson County. In Houston County, where Crockett, Texas is. So that's well to the north of Houston. Of course, because we have Houston, Texas, and Houston County, which are not in the same place. Bet you guys love that. So let's take another look at our tornado warning right now. Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to. There's a good chance this will be reissued, extended to the north and east, or mostly to the east here. Definitely these areas out ahead of time should be in their safe spots right now. As this storm right here, this supercell has a history of producing a tornado. So be on the lookout there along Highway 287. No dangling bits yet. I mean, there's an argument. There's an argument. Let's take another look at this one. Adamsville, uh, Evan, Arnett, and Pidcoke here into Cowell County. This one is this one looks like it's a I'm seeing things. It's hard to see the width of these boxes, but this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is also going to pose probably pose an issue for tornadoes over the next couple hours. We're going to need to be watching this again from Waco down to Belton along Interstate 35 here and to the west. So this is a storm we're watching. This one up here, we're watching it as well. It's really what we're seeing here. This storm is pretty interesting. So let's take a look at it again. This one over here that our chasers are on, you can see them down below me. Both chasers are there. We got Zach and Frankie and Brian. This one it continues to move way further south and east than all the rest of these because it keeps splitting. So we're watching another split of the storm right here. This is going to be a left split that travels up and probably dies off pretty quickly here. And then the right split of the supercell is going to stay mature and eventually probably become tornadic. So, Bosque County, anyone in Bosque County should definitely be inside. It's not a bad idea to be in, in the interior-most room of your house down here, just in case, because this cell is going to pose a problem. Now we've got that severe thunderstorm warning issued up here. These right-moving supercells are traveling east-southeast now, as opposed to all of our storms earlier today moving to the north and east. Now we're seeing our dry line initiated storms, powerful supercells. This one's becoming dominant, so it's going to eventually be discrete, I think, which means it's going to have the atmosphere to itself in this area. So this is one county away now from being a severe thunderstorm into the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. The western fringes are now starting to see this storm in the horizon, and it's going to be pretty gnarly. This one's got plenty of lightning with it. Yeah. Yep, we'll be watching these 3 cells right here for the Interstate 35 corridor. Color higher than orange on the Storm Prediction Center outlook, it's red for moderate. Yep, here's our second round. We've been yammering on about it for a little bit now. That's going to be the case. Anywhere these storms track through. Still watching up north here too for Sherman. No tornado warning with this yet. It does kind of look like it's, I mean, far away from the radar, it's hard to tell, but we could still have some rotation. And we'll especially be watching if it decides to form a little bit more of a hook here and instead of being outflow dominant like this. So outflow dominant like this means winds are going to come through, hail's going to come through. A hook like this, though, if we see it start to establish itself as it approaches along Sherman into the south here on Highway 75, that's what we'll have to keep an eye on for any tornado potential up here in Grayson County, Texas. So again, don't be surprised if we do get a tornado warning up here. Don't be surprised. I think that this is probably on the periphery of what the National Weather Service meteorologist there, the warning coordination manager, um, would consider for a tornado warning. This is just like a step below it at the moment. I'd say we're just a little bit of a step below it. So this is close. So don't be surprised. Not a bad idea to, to be inside if you're in Grayson County, Texas, no matter what. Okay. Over here near Tyler, none of these storms over here have really started to exhibit tighter rotation. These are being watched closely, I assure you. Looks like they're still all passing to the north of Tyler in Smith County here. So primarily Gladewater, Texas, Big Sandy, and so forth along the easterly path here along this arrow. It's going to get in on some really heavy rain, possibly some hail with any of the stronger storms here. We can probably look at that better from the Shreveport radar. I'm going to open up that radar in just a bit. Take a look at this. This is pretty cool. So we have our tornado warn storm down here that we're going to be talking about, but look at this signature out here out ahead of it. This is that anvil cloud. If we looked at this on satellite, we'd see the cloud going all the way out over here. So this is the really strong winds aloft are blowing the top of this cloud all like 3 counties out in front of it. So that's how you know we got a supercell here. It's making that big old cloud and gets pushed way out in front of it. So that's a classic look at a supercell from far away. And then if conditions are just right out ahead of this, we could get what are called anvil crawler lightning bolts, where they literally just spider. They look like you know, spider webs as they just go along the anvil cloud here. So anywhere out ahead of this, maybe 30, 40 miles out ahead of the storm, could see lightning as it crawls out in front of this. I don't know if that's going on with this storm in particular, but it is possible. That is a possibility. Pretty cool stuff. It's very rare that we get tornadoes like together. Look at this 2-inch hail report. 2-inch hail observed here. This warning may be upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Bosque County. It's difficult. It's difficult for 2 tornadoes to be ongoing and merge together. That's some dynamics that we really we just don't see that too often to have a clear answer for something like that. Brian's hauling down the road. He sure is. We're storm chasing here. Yep. So observing some possibilities of some interesting atmospheric phenomena. The K index is just a measure of instability. Surface Cape is also instability. The Cape is that storm fuel. But K index tells us the likelihood of types of thunderstorms. So whether we get supercells or multicellular or just ordinary storms, that would be from that index. These pink blob shapes, this is just a bunch of information. You can see that pop up. This tells me all the atmospheric parameters that I need to know about, need to look at here. So it's just a bunch of information. He's going fast, but keep in mind this is a dash cam, guys. It makes everything, because it's sort of like a wider look. It makes everything look like it's going faster than it actually is. So make sure yeah, it's he's probably going highway speeds. It just looks like he's going faster. I assure you, he's just not breaking any laws. Yeah, especially if the speed limit is 80. So Brian is actually going after this cell to the south. That is his direction. So he's approaching the southern cell. We can see it in his dash cam here, actually, if we take a look at that. So here's Brian's feed. You can see a look at this supercell that's approaching Adamsville, Cowell County. That's going to be the one that heads towards the Waco area. So this is the storm from the north that he's looking at here. Denton, you guys are looking, you're a county away from getting a severe thunderstorm at the moment. It's going 76.8. Yeah, actually, I have access to that, don't I? Oh, maybe I don't. Riley does, though. Nope, I'm talking about Tuesday, just in between when I can, okay, y'all? We gotta cover the weather today, most importantly, but I've been chatting about Tuesday and Wednesday as well this week. All right, so let's go to our active tornado warning so we can cover that. This storm looks concerning, though. Yeah, so like I said, our tornado threat is going to be increasing over the next couple hours, next few hours here for all these storms to the west of the Dallas Fort Worth Metro and Interstate 35. Really going to see that continue to be the case. This warning may be allowed to expire, but don't be surprised if it is continued again into northern Leon County and southern Freestone County, including Buffalo and Oakwood. It's a good idea for y'all over here. Oops. This is the storm I'm talking about here. So Buffalo, Texas, Oakwood, Texas. It's a good idea for you guys to just be in your safe spots right now. We may not see this warning extended. It's got a little bit of an unhealthy look to the cell, but we're pretty far away from radar. So don't be surprised if it does come through. You guys on the delay, I already realize it's really funny to see the chat. Like you guys are about 20-25 seconds behind, so we can have captions, so you guys can follow along. I already realized that I was not on the screen, and then everyone's like, "Show it, show it." I'm like, "It's already good, already good." So the purple boxes here, if you've got these straight edges, these sharp edges, these are our tornado warnings. Yep, the purple inside of it tells me a bunch of information. Sorry, it's the same color. We can turn that off, actually, I don't need that, but, it's gonna take me a second. Oops, definitely want that. That is, this right here. So, yeah, we can turn that off, just for now. Yeah, please be in your safe spots out ahead of this supercell here for Oakwood, Tucker, Buffalo in particular, and, Dew, Texas. If this warning is, expanded, though, make sure that, we're taking shelter anywhere in the polygon if it is moved forward. This is GR2 analyst. I've also got radar Omega up though. We'll be looking at that. Yeah, I'm really concerned about this cell over here. We're starting to see our classic supercellular presentation. Take a look at that right there. A little bit of a hook starting to establish itself. So Lampasas County, Cowell County, the storm may be beginning to be tornadic. The velocity data we have is not completely accurate here, but the storm is definitely rotating. So I would not be surprised with a tornado warning over here in the near term. That would include Gatesville, possibly further south towards Pidcoke and Killeen. So be paying attention to this storm. If we see that tornado warning come through, then we'll talk about it even more. But I would recommend having a plan in place to take shelter here in these areas in particular. Brian Allen's headed towards that storm as well, so we'll be able to receive any information from him if he catches up with it. So we've got Chaser Brian headed towards it. Well, at least he was. Now he's getting some food in Hamilton. All right, we've still got Zach and Frankie up here on this cell as well. This is the one going into Bosque County. So chasers, we got two chasers both looking at two different storms here, so we can have ground truth. Let's go back towards Dallas Fort Worth here. Let's look at these cells up here. Sherman, yeah, starting to see like this is like one little step away from a possible tornado warning up here. The storm is definitely rotating up near Sherman, Texas. So there is a warning that comes through for Grayson County. Please be taking shelter. I'd recommend it regardless, though. So more hail about to move into Sherman. More hail about to move into Sherman. Ryan Hall checking in. I didn't even see his name at first because he's in the blue now. That regular moderator, Ryan Hall. Who's that, guys? We're doing good over here, Ryan. Just one tornado warning, covering it as best as possible. So again, Sherman, Texas, be looking out. Great idea to be in shelter, though, if you're in Sherman, Luella, Howe, and Bells here. I think Van Alstyne here will avoid the worst of this. But yeah, take a look at that. This could definitely prompt a tornado warning soon here. So don't be surprised. Don't be scared. Be prepared. I'm not sleeping on the job. It's the last thing I do. Let's see. Some rotation down here. I'm gonna open up a new radar site. Let's do it. We're gonna be looking at the Shreveport radar too here in just a second. 4 radar sites open now, y'all. All right, let's go over here to Shreveport. Maybe rotation over here approaching Winona, Texas toward Longview. So let's take a look. Definitely possible up here in the storm. So we're going to be watching this one closely. These storms are mature and beginning to rotate. Beginning to rotate over here in East Texas. So this is going to impact Longview a few times. We might get a flash flood warning out in here. Look at these storms just training across the same direction. So a flooding risk is definitely possible here. And eventually down the line towards Harrison County. And these same cells will be approaching Shreveport into the sundown, just around sundown. All right, so we've got that going on. There's a look for y'all over here in East Texas. Now let's go to Dallas Fort Worth, which I was going to talk about.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that's an extension. That tornado warning extension for this into Buffalo, Oakwood, like I've been mentioning. So y'all be taking shelter now. This is radar indicated. Radar indicated. So not sure if there's a tornado ongoing down here anymore. Freestone and Leon County, though. Northern Leon County, southern and southeastern Freestone County in Texas. All right, so this is the storm approaching the northwestern burbs of Dallas Fort Worth. Right now, it actually doesn't look like it has much of any rotation ongoing. Maybe back in here just a little bit. We might see something beginning here, but severe thunderstorm warnings are probably soon to be issued for southern Denton County, the southern half of it, and into the northern part of Tarrant County. So severe weather, our second round for Dallas Fort Worth is beginning very soon. Now Ryan calls me the weather machine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need to call myself that. I don't think we're going to see much of a squall line today, as much as we're going to see possibly an MCS. That's a mesoscale convective system. So that's the mesoscale is like the size of Dallas Fort Worth. So around that, around the size of something like this. And a convective system is just thunderstorms. They might just form into a group here. So that's what we'll probably see here. I don't think it's going to be a full blown squall line though, but it will have some wind. All right, so let's go back through our cells here. The storm down here is entering more favorable conditions for tornadoes. So we do start to see a classic supercell shape. Zach and Frankie are out ahead of that. Storm chasers. Zach and Frankie, bottom right of the screen down there. If I am looking at the radar, they'll be down there. And Brian Allen is going to approach this supercell down here, which again, I wouldn't be surprised if this one had a tornado warning for Cowell County uh, and northern Lampasas County in the near term. Yep, there's all these are our three these look to be our three dry line storms. So this is a dry line initiated storm. Here's our second one, here's our third one. They're just going to keep going basically through these areas. The hope is that a lot of them, since there's only three, they're isolated. A lot of people over here escape the severe weather, near Weatherford. Maybe up near Wichita Falls might be done for today, but keep a close eye out just in case. So hopefully west of this is done for the day for severe weather, but we could still see a little bit more development. I like this little cell here north of Mineral Wells. Thankfully, it looks like this storm up here is not continuing to become worrying in terms of tornado potential. This back here, though, is definitely some wind-driven hail. So this is going to be another nasty storm again, moving through the same areas. See a 1-inch hail report here 8 minutes ago. So some hail approaching the Sherman area, and then more hail approaching the Sherman area through Whitesboro. So a couple rounds of storms up here too. Okay, so let's go back to East Texas. Over here, we're starting to see something a little bit more concerning around Winona. Been looking at this just a little bit here. Got some rotating storms all around in here. So watching these closely. Watching these closely. Definitely want to be inside anywhere out ahead of these storms that are basically moving due east here along Highway 80 here in East Texas, paralleling Interstate 20 just to the north. So I want to be watching out for these. I would just be inside this whole time. This right here is a little bit of an area. Probably the strongest winds of the storm are moving through this area right here near Winona, Owen Town. So right in here, strongest winds moving through. So watch out in Liberty City and Gladewater. If we do get a warning coming through, this will be from National Weather Service Shreveport, which I know they don't mess around. I know they don't mess around. Thank you for the support, y'all. Appreciate it. Mods are doing a great job. Huge. Much appreciated. We're doing good here today. We're going to cover these next couple hours extremely in depth. And then if this starts to wind down just a little bit, we'll talk even more about Tuesday and Wednesday. But over the next few hours is really where we're most concerned here. Most concerned with our chances at large hail and tornadoes. Let's go back to our tornado warned storm as best we can see it from this radar. Because for some reason, I don't have the College Station radar right now. I thought I did. Still got rotation going in through here, though, so please be in your tornado safe spots in Buffalo, up to Oakwood. And be thinking about it as far north and east as Palestine and Elkhart. So you may see a warning come through for these areas eventually if we continue seeing this storm be mature. So be thinking about it up here into Anderson County and also into northern Houston County, which is where Crockett, Texas is. Be thinking about it over here. The storm is headed to you. Okay, Fort Worth radar. A lot of these storms are also rotating. They're going to head into the Tyler, Texas area as well. So we'll keep an eye on them. Couple rounds for everybody expected today. You are in any tornado watch today. Conditions are favorable as we go into the evening into nighttime hours. Yeah, Big Sandy is over here somewhere, right? I remember just looking at that recently. We do have a rail fan camera there, so it'd be nice to be able to use that. All right. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning may be i- is going to be issued into Tarrant and also Denton counties pretty soon. Here, I think this will persist. Right now, these don't look tornadic. These ones approaching north and west of Fort Worth. Right now, they look like a wind bag. So lots of damaging wind and some hail in here. Another round coming through, like we've been talking about. North of Tyler. Thank you. Thank you. I thought it was over there. Yeah, I don't know if we have those rail fan cameras in. I might tell Frank about that. We could see some more stormy conditions here, but right now I'm gonna prioritize the chaser feeds. So yeah, nothing tornadic with these yet. They're gonna move into an area here in the DFW metro that may be more supportive of tornadoes, but still just another round of nasty storms moving in for some of these folks up here. You might be able to escape the worst of it if you're down here near Crowley. Some people here are not going to get another storm. It's going to be you might be able to hear it though or see it in the distance. So you might not get another storm, but since these are isolated, but whoever does, that's who we're paying the most attention to. So Zach and Frankie are out ahead of this storm right here, entering Bosque County near Meridian. Watching to see what happens there. As we go into the evening, make sure you guys are watching on HD. It is not me, it is you if you cannot see a good feed. I'm streaming in HD, so you have to make sure you change the video quality by mousing over or tapping on the video, tapping the cog in the bottom right, and changing the video quality to HD if your internet can support it. Which I would hope that everybody's internet is good enough for a YouTube video in HD. Because if we are not there yet, we are in a dystopian reality. Well, we should have access to good internet for things like this. As a bit dystopian, ain't it? All right, so let's check in on our southern dry line storm here. This is over here near Pidcoat. This is going to be the storm. It looks like this one up here is probably going to be the one that tracks closer to Waco since they're taking a southeasterly direction here, and this one might go closer to Temple, Belton, and Salado, Texas, down here into Bell County. So Temple will be on the lookout for this storm that's coming through. You could see it anywhere along the I-35 corridor into this area, eventually as it approaches from the west here. We've got rotation in this storm for sure. The storm is rotating back in here. So it warrants a y'all watch out ahead of this thing. Appreciate the support. Thank you guys. Thank you, Night Owl. Thank you anyone sending along. Appreciate the subscriptions. Make sure, yep, it's good to get this information out to as many people as possible. Much appreciated, y'all. Got another couple hours as we go through the evening here of if anything's going to happen today in terms of big time weather, big time things that we're going to be watching, it's going to be over the next 3 to 4 hours. Okay. We just talked about all of the storms west of DFW. Now let's go to our tornado warning here that we are in a radar hole for. So if more warnings are issued out ahead of this thing, this will be preventative actions. Because yeah, the Houston radars are just just far away, so we don't have good coverage over here into eastern Texas. So if more tornado warnings are issued, it's because this storm is rotating. It does have a history of producing a brief tornado that observers on the ground were able to confirm. So we had a brief tornado with the storm. That means that anywhere out ahead of it, if you have a tornado warning issued here, or your areas, including an extension that would be for Palestine, maybe even as far to the north and east as Rusk, Texas, down to Grapeland, over here, please be taking shelter. All right, let's go to the Shreveport radar. This one in the middle here, the storm in the middle is really becoming one of the dominant modes here. Definitely the most powerful storm over here in East Texas, near Tyler, is this one over here. So this is going to go just north of Kilgore. This is going to go straight through Gladewater and Longview here along Highway 80 into Grade County, and approach Harrison County is moving due east. You're going to get several rounds of heavy rain up here into toward the Louisiana border here along Interstate 20. Several rounds. So flooding risk is definitely materializing up here. We could see flooding about to occur here because very heavy rain is falling. Now casting. Now casting. This is GR2 is a radar program. That's what we're looking at right now. All right. Looks like Zach and Frankie's got a look here. Let's take a peek at what he's seeing, what they're seeing. There we go. We got a bit of a wall cloud back in there. A lowering of sorts. It's pretty wide. So let's take a look. Let's see. Zach and Frankie are on the storm in Bosque County, Texas. So this is what's approaching Meridian right now. We're definitely getting a hook on this. So yeah, definitely a legit wall cloud there in this supercell. So this is over Iredell, Texas right now and approaching Meridian in central Bosque County. Heavy rain and hail is also going to impact areas north of Meridian or even into it. This looks pretty gnarly right now. There you go. There's a look at that. I think this feed is frozen just a bit here because those clouds are not moving. I think they should be. So let's see if this feed's still online. This feed's not still online, then we'll keep Brian Allen here up, chasing two separate storms. I think Zach and Frankie may be in an area of a little bit of a connection issue, but we definitely saw a look at that storm there. Yeah, those cells I just talked about in East Texas, east going through Longview, those are going to approach the Shreveport area. Why is it that whenever the chasers are looking at something good is when their feed just goes kaput every time? See if they come back up there. Good grief. All right, so this was a look at that storm. We saw the wall cloud right in here. Oh man, I have to turn this off on every single. Oh heck. So that was a look at that. Hopefully they come back on, but they're going to be repositioning as they head into Meridian, Texas here in just a moment, I'm sure. So the cell will be in their rear view, so we won't be able to see it. But whenever they do get another shot at that, we'll be looking at that. Okay, so that's that cell there. Central one. Let's look towards the northwestern burbs here of Dallas Fort Worth. So this the worst parts of this storm are approaching Boyd and Rome, Texas right now. This is definitely going to be some powerful winds here. I think we're seeing that show up on radar. Above the surface, these light blues here on the right side of your screen, circled in blue. Those are 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds possible here. And those could easily reach the surface. So yeah, this will be a damaging wind event up here. And over here along State Road 199 through Agnes, Springtown, down towards Axel here. As we approach Tarrant County, this is where our hail is. This storm up here, though, that's approaching from the northwest into Denton County, it does not look tornadic at the moment. The severe warn storm. We've also got storms kind of dropping down here into northern Denton County, so Sanger here in Texas. We're going to see some storm moving in. Again, not super concerning. This one may be trying to start rotating here, but we'll have a better look at that as it develops further. So possibly a sort of a tail end Charlie here in northern Denton County from this line of storms. If this is where the storm's going to be rotating, it'll do it right here. So we'll keep an eye out on this storm as well. This will go towards Sanger, Aubrey, Pilot Point. Is that Sanger or Sanger? I think I'm doing it right. That's how Texans would say it, right? Prosper and Selena or Salina. Everybody's going to pronounce it differently. So there's a look. This is the storm that is going to be of concern for parts of the DFW metro. A lot of y'all might not get in on another round of severe weather here because we've got these storms are the ones that are really only materializing and paying attention to here. So a lot of people will escape bad weather here, but some people are going to get it from each of these three and possibly up into this line here. I don't think hurricane hunters really track severe weather that often or at all. It would be really difficult for them to do that, but I mean, that's a cool idea. Nobody's gonna discount that. It's a cool idea. But yeah, thanks for the support. Sanger. S I say everything right. Let's go. Salina. Azel? Azel? It's not Axel, that's Azel? Whoa. Whoa, that's wicked. Alright, Texas. All good, I got you. Wicked. Alright, let's go back to East Texas here. Okay. Just a strong storm moving through. This one looks mostly like wind at the moment. As we get close to the Shreveport radar, though, we can really start to see if any rotation does take place, so I'll have a better idea of that. But yeah, again, flash flood concern over here, wind and hail as well. It looks like these are going to be a bunch more in the downpour kind of things here, but we do have probably some hail falling right in here to the south of Gladewater, going through Liberty City. Could go as far south as Kilgore here. And then Longview will get it in on it next. In on it next. Thank you all for the support. I know I can't help everybody in particular. Hazel, got it. I swear it was an X, right? It was an X. Broken Hazel once, yeah. Oh my goodness, the pronunciations, man. A little drawl, yeah. Well, I did my degree in the Bible Belt in Western North Carolina, so at least I've got a little bit of experience with that. A little bit of experience. So yeah, the strongest part of this storm is going to be in Longview and probably about, let's see here, 3 minutes on each radar scan. Going to be near Longview in just about 20 minutes or so. This leading cell here it doesn't look too great. I'm going to be paying attention to this one. I think we could see rotation develop here in the lead here, especially as all these little pop-up showers here interact with the storm. They move up into it. I think that this could be concerning as well near Marshall, Texas. So I'm going to be watching this one just in case it wraps up. Membership's not enabled on this channel though. Thank you for thinking about that. Storms on Tuesday, they're going to be basically the whole day, afternoon and on. Possibly another 14-hour thing. Dallas doesn't get anything? Absolutely not. Yes, y'all are. You gotta be paying attention. I said that at least 10 times today, but if you're just now joining, you may get another mode of severe weather. Yes. At the moment, that severe weather over here, we got this supercell over here. It's gonna travel this direction, probably going straight toward Dallas. So we're watching it. So there's our new considerable severe thunderstorm warning is for the one near Gregg, Harrison County, Smith County. So that's our eastern one. We'll go back. We'll circle back to that in just a second. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, Rebel Knight. I was just checking on Tyler, so we're gonna go through all the other storms first. So all severe warnings were dropped up here near Sherman. Looks like we've fared better up here. This part of the storm is probably much less tornadic up here near Sherman. The parts that are headed towards Paris, Texas, much less tornadic. I think that this is just going to be some really heavy rain, possibly more hail moving through the Paris area. Just in a second here, as we get further south, these storms could start to be concerning. So, yep, we'll see these storms move mostly to the east southeast through Denton County into Tarrant County, eventually into Dallas County. I think this storm in particular, this is the one back in here entering the northwestern suburbs that a lot of us are going to be paying attention to. So we're watching that one with close eyes. Close eyes. All right, now let's look at let's see. Zach and Frankie still driving out ahead of this. So is Brian. Storm chasers on the ground. They're going to get into Meridian, Texas right now. So there's that supercell that they're out in front of right here on the ground in front of this. Not producing a tornado at the moment, but I do think any of these supercells could become tornado producers. So the hope is that they don't. It would be great if they don't. This was just a nothing burger, as Ryan likes to call it, nothing burger. That's the hope here, but still a lot of people are going to get in on wind and hail. The stormiest hour is approaching for the DFW Metro, though, and along the Interstate 35 corridor. 7 to 8 p.m. Said that a few hours ago. So now we're here, getting close to it. As the ones that have materialized are tracking through. We're going to be watching them. All right, so let's go to our current only tornado warning, which is the cell over here, including Oakwood. Again, anyone from Palestine down to Crockett, Texas, here along Highway 287. This general area is where the cell is tracking, so probably close to Elkhart and Grapeland is where there would be a tornado threat approaching your area. So I'd recommend being in shelter. This pink box right here, this pink polygon, is the tornado warning that we have active. So I'd just recommend being in shelter down there. Because this is a supercell. Here's the anvil cloud out in front of it, it's showing up on the radar. That whole thing there is the cloud of the supercell. So you can see the winds up aloft are really driving this. They're really driving this the cloud forward here, very far up in the atmosphere. Up there, that's about 10 miles up, probably where this anvil cloud is, just about there. And we see it showing up on the radar, 5 to 10 miles. So don't be surprised if this is extended into Anderson County and northern Houston County in Texas. Here is our tornado warning. Would recommend taking shelter. Elkhart, Slocum, Persilla, and Grapeland here. Okay, now let's go to East Texas from the Shreveport radar. Nasty storm moving through. Just a minute or so out from the northern parts of Kilgore, Texas. Longview, about 8 to 10 minutes out. This is gonna be it's gonna look real nasty out there. You're not gonna be able to see nothing, I think, because this is just really, really heavy rain, hail mixed in here, so mixed hail and rain, and it's gonna be real windy just driving this thing through Grade County. So this considerable severe thunderstorm warning uh, is for golf ball size hail. So yeah, this is just gonna look gnarly out there. The same is gonna be true down the line into Harrison County as well for Marshall, Texas, Hallsville along Highway 80 here, and now over Interstate 20 actually. So you don't want to be driving out here on Interstate 20 east of Kilgore, east of Tyler. This is not a good drive. Not a good drive right now. Oof. Nothing tornadic over here at the moment though. Any sort of something that could look like rotation is just distorted radar data. Distorted radar data because this is hitting a bunch of hail in here. This could be pretty this could be a costly storm for Longview if this continues right into the city. So golf ball size hail being driven forward by wind. Please be inside in Longview. If there are sirens in Longview, I wouldn't be surprised. In Longview, Texas, this could warrant a sirens being sounded because the sirens are for people who are outside. They don't want to be outside in strong thunderstorms. This is definitely going to be one that makes an impact, is what I would say for Longview. So looking like a dangerous situation evolving here. Please be inside. Fair enough, Jerry. Yeah, I-20 even dry and sunny. There are sirens in Longview. There are sirens in Longview. Good to know. Yep, do not be outside in that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Emergency management services are going to sound these. It's a great idea for them to do that. So, oh no, this is just not looking good over here. I was concerned about this near Marshall. Now I am more concerned. Now I am more concerned. I think this is the most concerning thing I've seen today. So what we have here from the Shreveport radar are winds going this direction from Marshall into the storm, and winds going this direction right in here. This is a convergence signature. So this is where air right here is rising rapidly, and if it starts to rotate around this will be very bad news. Possibly very bad news. This is the most concerning looking storm I've seen so far. So I'm gonna watch this one real close. Convergence signatures are precursors to tornadoes, oftentimes. So the hope is that this one falls apart, but this is not a good look. I would recommend in Marshall, Texas, to be in your safe spots. So now we've got a new tornado
A
warning
new tornado
for the
warning has
southern
been issued.
side of this supercell down there that's currently tornado warned. I really don't like this. All right, hopefully this turns into nothing, but I recommend being in shelter in Marshall, Texas right now. Also up to Karnak, Uncertain, and Lay, Scottsville. It's a strong storm moving through regardless. This is about to be severe warned, maybe Tor warned, depending on. Wow. Sheesh, man. This definitely is producing some windy hail damage right now. But if this wraps up, I don't like it. I don't like it right now in Harrison County. Shreveport's got their eye on this very closely, I think. So let's let that data stew for a little bit. Look at the extension here. What's happening here for northern Houston County to Grapeland? This is the National Weather Service Houston's office area. So Houston is warning this, and then we'll see. I don't know who covers Anderson County. If it's Shreveport or Dallas Fort Worth, they will warn this side of the storm if they're working together. So we'll see two tornado warnings conjoined here with the National Weather Service offices working together to extend this into Anderson County as well. So please be taking shelter already in Elkhart, Texas, Slocum, Texas, Priscilla, and Grapeland. Okay, so I'm gonna look at this one over here near Marshall and Longview again, just a second. But before that, let's check in on all of our other storms. Zach and Frankie out ahead of this. Rotating thunderstorm in Bosque County, approaching Meridian. This is going to go towards I-35, generally in this direction. Abbott, West Golson, south of Hillsboro, and possibly even toward Waco in some way. Waco is going to be close to this one. This is a supercell that will pose a tornado threat and all hazard threat, so winds and hail as well as approaches I-35. Next couple hours are primarily when that tornado threat could be realized. So right here, this one to the south, this one is in Cowell County and going towards Temple, Texas, and Salado and Belton here into Bell County. This one is also going to be capable of all hazards. So Temple, y'all watch out over here. Be ready for this storm. It looks like it's headed your direction. At the moment, we see what could be rotation, but this is actually just side lobing. So let me explain that real quick. If we go up in this storm, this is about 2 miles, 3 miles up in the storm. We can see this area right here in blue is where there's a bunch of hail. So if I center it right here, there's a heavy returns showing up right in here. But if we look at the surface, here's the surface. You can see that hail is off to the north. There's a bit of distortion here. And because this is in clear air, there's no rain falling right here. We call that side lobing in it's not legitimate radar data over here in their velocities, our winds. There's definitely winds flowing into this thing though, so it is still threatening. But this is what we have access to in terms of the data right now. So there we go. There's coverage for all the storms. Currently, we got that a blanket severe thunderstorm warning up to the north here in northern Denton County that we'll look at briefly. Bunch of wind and hail up here, all the way down to McKinney. So northern suburbs, here's your round 2 toward Van Alstyne. Round 2 moving in along Highway 377 and 75 here, State Road 280, and into Collin County. So round 2 up here. We'll watch it if it turns tornadic. All right, let's go back east. New data over here. Hopefully, this just stays in terms of straight line winds here near Marshall. This is definitely about to do some wind damage here in Harrison County. These light blues here that you see on the right, this area right here, this is 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, about 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet above the surface. So those can easily be descending, mixed down, and be very powerful gusts here in Marshall. So please be inside in Marshall, Texas. No warning out for this storm yet. I definitely think it's worthy of a warning, though. And I'm hoping that this doesn't turn into rotation. Right now, it's not rotating, not so much. But it's definitely really nasty right in this area. So if you know somebody in Marshall, tell them right now just to be inside. This data is 3 minutes old, so it's probably on top of them now. Into Longview, we see a heck of a hailstorm. We've been talking about this one too. This is just nasty. Hope this doesn't do too much damage to like roofs of houses, sidings of houses here. This is just going to be some really nasty hail. When we see those dark pinks and the purples show up here, this could be a 2-inch hail. Coriel, thank you. This could be up to 2-inch hail. It's going to be a lot of it though. These kind of signatures when we see this on radar. This could be the type of hail that covers roads. Okay, so this could cover the road with hail. There's a lot of hail going on here, and some of it could be very large. Looks like it's going to travel through the southern side of Longview for a primary hail threat. But anywhere in Longview right now needs to be inside. If you're in a car, I mean, if you can find some sort of overhead shelter, this is not a tornadic storm at the moment. So if it is tornado warned, you don't want to be in a under an overpass. But yeah, the late Tourneau University, that one's hard to say, and down toward Lakeport is getting in on some really, really heavy hail or lots of hail right now. So expensive storm rolling through here. Now we got that severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall. This extends all the way east towards Shreveport. So now, basically, Shreveport into northwest Louisiana is going to be in the path of this storm right here that's doing quite a number in and around Marshall, Texas. We could see also possibly rotation start up in this. I mean, this is just a extremely strong cell. So the dynamics in play here in the atmosphere are potentially supportive of tornadoes because of just how much the cell is doing. So I'll be watching this one closely too. Funnel cake. Enjoy your funnel cake. Yep, all the way over here into Shreveport, the metro there. Be paying attention to this storm moving in. It's gonna pack a punch. We're gonna have some really good data of it too, since we're close to a radar site. So I'll be able to tell you exactly what's going on there. The track of this cell, it's moving generally this direction, almost due east, but it has the potential to continue to develop and have strong parts of it to the south. So almost certainly northern Shreveport will get in on this. Um, and this one back here near Longview looks to be traveling mostly in this direction. So south of Shreveport, eventually, I'll need to be watching out for this one. Probably about 45 minutes to an hour out from y'all at the moment. You're in Grade County. So 45 minutes out from southern Shreveport, that is. All right. So there's our coverage over here. I don't see this one starting to rotate yet, but I'm really concerned about it if it does. It's got the means to do some nastiness if it does start rotating here. So very, very close eye here on the Marshall storm. It does look like, to the best of my ability, I think it is not rotating though. We've got this sort of push out in front. So a little mini bow echo right in here in the storm where the most powerful winds are moving through Marshall and just north. So hopefully this does not start rotating, but I'm watching it closely. Lakeport, Lakeport, huge hail, lots of hail falling in. This is going to blanket some of the roads down here in Lakeport, Texas with hail. That's coming towards Easton, Tatum, and Darko. So lots of this is just a nasty storm over here. Looks like Longview is almost done with it, but southern areas of Longview still getting some hail. I'd like to see what this is doing at the surface after it's moved through. I don't know what we're gonna find here, but this is definitely this. There's some hail spikes out in front of it here, or out behind it rather. So large hail is falling over here. You can see that on the correlation coefficient. That big old area in blue here, this is all hail spike. So moving through some really big hail here. All hail spike. Yeah, thank you guys for the support. Happy to help as many people as possible. We're going to be talking about the Dallas Fort Worth Metro too. Don't do that. Let's see. This is as of a minute and a half ago. I really, really hope this does not rotate, man. This is not a good look if it does. I'm concerned about this one here in Harrison County. But let's go around here. Our active tornado warnings pretty far away from any storms here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna cover that in just a second. What's up, Riley? So our new tornado warning i- is uh is over here in Bosque County. That's our new tornado warning for Meridian. Been talking about this one often. Let's get a better radar image. Uh, there we go. So this now has a tornado warning on it. It's going to show up soon for Bosque County. in Texas, and that's gonna go into Hill County as well. We've been talking about this. This is gonna be Southwest Hill County here near, Akia. Really hope that's right, in Whitney and Laguna Park. So please be in your safe spots now. We've been talking about it. Zach and Frank are out ahead of this thing. As soon as they turn around, we'll have a look at that. So there's our new tornado warning. At the same time, down here into Cowell County, same time down here into Cowell County near Pidcoke, we have Brian Allen who's now looking at that storm. So here's a look at Cowell County into towards Killeen and Belton and Bell County. So Cowell County, or not, sorry, not Cowell County, Coryell County. The R and the Y blended together. So this is headed toward you in some way. Temple, Texas, Belton, Texas, Killeen. Here's a look at that storm right now from Brian Allen. There's a wall cloud back in there. If you look at it, there's a wall cloud back in there. That is on the bottom right of the screen there, just above that hill, or just above the horizon there. So we see a little bit of a tail cloud in front there, and well back in there is a wall cloud, a lowering in there. So this is definitely a storm that could warrant a tornado warning as well into Bell County very soon here in Killeen. Watching this one closely. Everybody who's watching in low quality, change the quality on the video. Mouse over it, tap on the video, the stream that you're watching here, bottom right in the cog, change the quality. It is on your end, not mine. So make sure you are doing that. So again, Temple, Belton have a plan right now. This could become another tornado warning storm into Bell County in the southern part of Coryell County.
A new tornado warning
So
has been issued.
that new tornado warning is also for a storm we've been looking at. That's going to include areas south and around Palestine, Texas. Palestine, Texas. So now you guys have that warning properly. Here we go. We're going into the higher tornado threat today over these next couple hours. We've been talking about it. Here we go. This is a look right now at what's heading towards Temple, Texas, and Killeen, Texas, everywhere around these areas. You're seeing it live right now from Brian Allen. Storm Chaser Brian Allen. Zach and Frankie are also now looking at the Bosque County cell. This is up here. That's going to impact. It's just now passing through Meridian, but this one's going to go to the south of Hillsboro and north of Waco, just in these areas along I-35. So Waco, all the way up to Abbott in Texas here. Advance, y'all watch out. Let's look at that cell that Zach and Frankie are looking at here. So here's Zach and Frankie's look of that. This is live. Clouds moving around a little bit in there. This is moving towards Waco and areas to the north. Along Interstate 35. Currently tornado warned in Bosque County and southwestern Hill County. So please be taking shelter in Laguna Park, Whitney, Texas, down towards Clifton. And be thinking about what you're going to do in Waco, north of Waco, through Lacey, Lakeview, Elmont, Ross, West, and Abbott. Hopefully this stays to the south of Hillsboro, but it's not a bad idea to be taking shelter there too. Okay. Now let's go up to DFW. Switch this over here so you can see it. Up towards DFW, we've got these storms moving in. These are probably the weakest ones of the bunch, thankfully. Right in here north of Fort Worth now. So this is approaching I-35 West. I don't see any rotation really with these storms right now. This is just going to be wind and hail at the moment. So we'll be watching them closely though. But right now, wind and hail coming through for Roanoke, Keller into the DFW airport area near Grapevine. So wind and hail right now. Keeping a close eye on that though, just in case it starts rotating. North of DFW here, we got that round 2 approaching. Wide severe thunderstorm warning here in the red for all of these areas. headed towards Highway 75 and along Highway 377 right now near Pilot Point. You guys are going to get the worst of the hail up there. This is going to travel to the south and east towards Greenville through McKinney, Texas, in Collin County. So everywhere up here, possibly as far south as Plano. But if you're in Dallas County down here, then the cells over here are what you're going to be watching. They're moving to the east southeast here. Up here near Paris, Texas, it's just going to be gusty storms. I think the tornado potential up here is lower. So let's go back towards Shreveport. Yeah, yeah. I just don't like this storm very much. Even if it's not producing, even if it's not going to be rotating right now, it is still doing a heck of a lot of damage. So please consider being in your safe spots in Lay, Texas, and across the border into Caddo Parish here in Louisiana. Man, that is not. This is a nasty, nasty storm right here, and it's more rotating than it was before. So before we saw just like a straight line between these, and now we see this a bit more diagonal here. This could definitely start rotating just like this in the blue arrows here. So we could see this come together more and more with each scan here. This is definite. Oh my, yeah. I don't like the look of this at all. So let's keep a close eye on this. This will head towards Caddo Parish, Blanchard, the northern part of Shreveport, down the line here, about 30 minutes out. Please be watching this storm right here. I would recommend thinking about where you would be taking shelter just in case this does the worst case scenario. But cross your fingers that it doesn't, and that just comes through with some gusty winds and craps itself. You know, we want this to crap itself. Need that to happen. All right, that big old hail that just went through parts of Longview. We got a golf ball size hail report there. Um, Ping pong size ball as well here in Longview. That's headed down south and east toward Easton. Tatum should go to the north of Carthage, Texas. So right along Highway 59 north of Carthage is about where this hail is going to go. This does not look tornadic at the moment. So there you go. There's your East Texas update towards northwestern Louisiana. Look at the supercells that we're tracking here. Do you see this? Again, all these long signatures here, all this blue, light blue, and green here. These are all the anvil clouds. All the anvil clouds standing way out in front of the storm. So if you looked at this on satellite, you'd see all this bubbling back in here, and then the clouds just shooting out this direction over like 3, 4 counties, east to west. So big old supercells down here. Just what we're looking at. We could see that show up on radar. Yeah, absolutely happy to help. Happy to help. Watch it out in Bossier City. Bosher, one of those pronunciations. All right, the storm's approaching Elkhart, Slocum, Texas, to the south of Palestine in Anderson County. Please be in your safe spots down here. We can't really see nothing about this storm over here. This is in a radar hole. So preventative tornado warnings are being issued down here. The storm has a history of producing brief tornadoes that were observed on the surface. So please be taking shelter. Consider taking shelter up into Cherokee County, Texas, as well, near Rusk. This is headed your direction in the next 30 minutes or so. Bosher, thank you, Bosher. Got it. You guys are so helpful. Smack 'em, Amy. Let's go. You're doing great in the chat. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Diana, for the support. Bosier. I got it. Thank you for the help. All right, so that's our active warnings down here. Let's pay attention now to the rest of our warnings. Tornado warnings, that is. Can't see much about this storm up here. I don't think this is doing too much at the moment near Aubrey, to the north of Dallas Fort Worth and northeast of Denton. This is going to be the storm that's approaching McKinney, though, so I'll be paying close attention to that if it does ramp up. This warning includes Bosque County in Texas, southwestern Hill County. We've got Zach and Frankie looking at that right now, so let's take a brief look. Here's Zach and Frankie's feeds. You can see Difficult to tell, but a bit of a lowering right here on the right side with the data that we're getting, the feed that we're getting from them. So they're looking north and east to the east of Meridian. This is head towards Laguna Park. A nasty looking storm either way. Currently tornado warned. Their feeds are barely working. They're coming through though. They're coming through. We've also got Brian Allen. He's down south here, out ahead of this storm that's approaching Temple, Killeen, Texas, and Belton in Bell County. So let's look at that one now. Give you a track for it. So that's this one down here. This one looks pretty concerning. Brian's going to have a view of it soon here. Which direction is he going? He's going south and east toward Temple. So Brian Allen Storm Chasers headed into Temple. Killeen is not in the clear. Absolutely not. In fact, I'd recommend taking shelter in Killeen right now and think about where you're going to do it in Temple. It's just a good idea. Doesn't hurt you. And you'll be in the best place just in case this does do something. So this storm over here, this is near Pitcook. It's headed this direction through Killeen toward Belton and Temple, and possibly as far south as Salado. So areas around here should be thinking about what they're going to do. Kayleen, Kayleen, really? Hmm. Okay, let's go back east toward the Shreveport radar. I think we could, yeah, we could definitely see a tornado warning soon from this cell right here. Maybe. I'm hoping that it doesn't, but it's trying to wrap up just a little bit here. It's now well east of Marshall, headed towards Caddo Parish here. We could see, multiple areas of rotation starting up here, all along this line. All this has to do is establish itself. This red just has to move right next to the blue in here. So still very concerning for Blanchard, North Highlands, the northern part of the Shreveport metro. It is Killeen. Colleen? Killeen? There's 5 different ways that y'all want to pronounce it. I appreciate the support. I don't have time to talk about anything but the ongoing weather at the moment, though. Active weather. Got to be covering this. I'm thinking about Tuesday, but we gotta wait till the coverage slows down and the storms lose their strength. That's not for another few hours, a couple hours or so. So here you go, big time hail moving through Darko to Tatum. Should pass the north of Carthage, Texas. If you're in Panola County, it's going to be along Highway 59 near DeBerry. So this is where this storm is tracking. Not tornadic at the moment, just lots of hail here. The type of hail that covers some roads. Cover some roads with hail. So make sure you're inside over here. Waiting for more data. Oh man. Yeah, I really, really don't like the look of this. This could drop a tornado very soon, near to the east of Scottsville, north of Wascom, and north of Greenwood, across the border into Louisiana. So be north of I-20 in Caddo Parish. DeBerry. Yeah, that one's tough. I don't like the look of this though. This is trending the wrong direction. It's definitely rotating. This is definitely rotating. Now we have rotation. Don't be surprised if a tornado warning comes through soon for Caddo Parish. We hope it doesn't happen. We hope it doesn't happen, but I would be thinking about where you'd go over here in Shreveport, calling people in Shreveport, letting them know that a powerful storm's coming their way, thinking about sheltering. That's what we're thinking of. No cells west of the one near Killeen right now. Thinking about sheltering. Don't like the look of this. Hopefully, this just doesn't do anything, but right now it looks concerning. What Wascom? Okay, that's definitely Texan. Definitely Texan. Most tornadic storm of the day so far, in my opinion, is over here. But we did have a tornado producing storm over here. That's just the south of Palestine, headed towards Rust, Texas. If you're just joining us, and around Rust, Texas, and Cherokee County, this tornado warning storm is just off to your west southwest. I'd be thinking about where to take shelter now. Bring things so you're not panicked. Don't panic. You can deal. You can do it. Okay, let's see. Both our chasers are repositioning right now. This looks like it's trying something here. There's the warning for Caddo Parish coming through
A new tornado
now.
warning has been issued.
So Caddo Parish in Louisiana, eastern Harrison County, now in a tornado warning. We were looking at it. It is it's pattern recognition, y'all. Comes into play here. So this is the one storm approaching Killeen. Should be the only one. Once this is through your area, it looks like everything else is out of your hair. So Temple, Belton, be thinking about this. It looks like it's becoming more and more tornadic. We got that hook echo approaching. Some of y'all like to call it the dangly bit. So be thinking about where to go, what to bring out ahead of time. So you should have a pillow or mattress or helmet. Have your shoes ready, and think everybody is ready to deal with these storms. Just a nice, tornado possible supercell down here. Approaching Interstate 35. This is Texas. Our warning up here, approaching Laguna Park, is also rotating. We do
A
have
new
5
tornado
tornado
warning
warnings
has
now.
been issued.
It's an extension into the northern parts of Houston County, which is where Crockett, Texas is. So that is not Houston, Texas. That is Houston County. I know y'all probably know about that. Yep, pillow, shoes, and devices to listen to the stream. Stay with it, and that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Takes 2 seconds. Dangleberry. All right, let's go back and look at Caddo Parish. This is the one I'm concerned with. No new data yet. Should be in 20 seconds or so. Definitely a valid warning, though. So Shreveport, you're all about to be in on this. This is looking to travel through the north side of the metro, but could go anywhere along this line coming out here. So everybody in Shreveport, be thinking about sheltering right now. We've been talking about this storm over here since it looked like. Okay, thankfully it looks like it's petered out a bit. This is good. This is good. This is what we want. We've been talking about it since it was over here looking like this near Marshall. And now it's got a tornado warning on it 30 minutes later. So definitely be taking shelter. Hopefully the case is that it's not gonna do anything though. Looks good. Very large hail still falling here, just about to approach Darko, Texas. It's gonna go towards DeBerry. DeBerry. There you go. This should stay to the north of Carthage if you're in Carthage, Texas. But this is a lot of hail over here. Ton of hail over here is falling. Coating the roads with hail. And eventually down the line, that's going to be this area south of Shreveport over here in this blue box near Stonewall, Keithville, into this parish over here in Louisiana, northern DeSoto Parish. And I guess this is southern Caddo Parish. It's quite large. So right in here, there could be a hailstorm heading towards you. Currently
A new
dropping
tornado
Mondo
warning
hail.
has been issued.
There's the warning for Bell County in Texas. Been talking about that. It's Eastern Coryell. Let's go to it. Been talking about this one, yammering on about it. There's your warning. Killeen, Texas, now in the warning. Belton, Texas, Salado as well. Calling out these warnings, y'all. This is what I do for Ryan. This is what I do. We're seeing it in real time. This is what what we're doing. So there we go. Tornado warning now for Killeen, Harker Heights, and Belton into Bell County. Temple, you're basically on the edge of this. Again, I'd be thinking about taking shelter in Temple County, or Temple, Texas, rather, in Bell County. So there we go. You taking shelter over here, interior-most room of your house or a basement if you got it. And bring a helmet or a pillow or a mattress. Bring your shoes and don't panic. You'll be fine. It's moving over just over Killeen right now in the Fort Hood area. Yeah, you guys all really call it Fort Hood there. That's fascinating. I wish the maps would be as accurate as possible to these areas, but yeah, the Killeen Fort Hood area. I see it now. Yeah, Fort Hood up down in here. Doesn't show up on the radar program. Yeah, be thinking about it. Definitely be getting into shelter now. And thinking about it downstream in Temple. And this will continue traveling south and east too. So eventually Cameron, Ben Arnold, Buckholtz down here into Milam County or Milam County. We did this one before. I can't remember it though. That's what we should be thinking about down there. So we should be thinking about down there. What's up, Riley? All right. Hopefully Brian's feed comes through. He's looking at a funnel, low wall cloud into Killeen. So please be taking shelter there. Killeen. Fort Hood. Okay, don't matter. Fort Hood, Killeen, Killeen. Just be taking shelter there. Let me see if I can get his feed. Brian Allen is chasing this storm. If he pops up there, we'll be able to see what's happening in this area. He's over here in around Belton. So he's looking at this storm this direction. All right. So yeah, be thinking about over here in Rusk, Texas, taking shelter from the storm. Still tornado warning, still rotating. History of producing a brief tornado. Rusk, Texas, I would be thinking about shelter. Same is true to the north of Waco, around from Ross to Abbott, south of Hillsboro, Texas, along Interstate 35 here, uh, and Laguna Park and areas east. You guys are in a tornado warning over here, and will be in one soon, more than likely, toward to the north of Waco. All right, let's go back to Caddo Parish real quick, and then we'll look at DFW in just a second. All right, looks like this storm is struggling to rotate. This is great news, but please be in your safe spots into Shreveport. Paying close attention there. Close attention over here. So all of Shreveport should be thinking about sheltering right now. It's a great idea to do it, even if the tornadic part of the storm doesn't come toward you. It's still going to be real powerful anywhere along this line, and we've even got huge hail core down here, also traveling the same direction to the south of Shreveport, toward along Interstate 49. I would just be anyone you know in Shreveport. I just tell them that hey, there's strong storms coming in your area if you don't know it already. Just be in the interior most room of your house and have your shoes with you. Absolutely, yeah. Be taking shelter in Fort Hood and Killeen. Sirens should have gone off 5 minutes ago, so it's good that they're doing it now. All right, so tell everybody you know in Shreveport. Thinking about them. Be thinking about them. It looks like the DFW storms are the least impressive ones. Isn't that great? Great news for everyone up here. I'm still watching the McKinney area. It's just going to be heavy rain and isolated hail anywhere in here. It looks like this area is fine for now. Still powerful winds, though 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Roanoke in Texas here to the north of Fort Worth. So these are going to pack a punch, but they look miserable. It's starting to look really good for all of Dallas and Fort Worth Metro. Starting to look way better for y'all, but please keep pay attention up here just in case. Just in case. Appreciate the support. Yes, thank you guys. These storms are all moving at about 45 miles an hour to the east. Just about 35, 45 miles an hour east. So they're not slow. They're traveling along. All right, all right. If you're in the Fort Hood, Killeen area, be taking shelter. Let's go back down there. That's what this storm looks like right now. We got that hook echo. We definitely have a tornado about to form right over Fort Hood. Please be in your shelter down here in Killeen, Harker Heights, and Belton down the line, and into Salado and Temple. Look at this right here. Rotation is quickly forming. We're starting to get much tighter area here. Very quickly forming. So that's data as of 30 seconds ago. Here's our classic hook right here. This is where the tornado would be once it develops is right in here, and it's traveling this direction along Highway 190. You're in Temple, ready to get to the basement. Huge. Everyone should be using you as an example right there. Supercell right here. Tornadic supercell at the moment. Getting ready to drop one. This has definitely got a funnel with it, almost certainly, in the next couple minutes. Very, very close. Let's see. Brian Allen's moving again. He is covering this storm, so Brian Allen will be able to turn around and give us ground evidence. This feed right below me. This is Brian Allen. He's right to the east of Killeen and Fort Hood, right over here. All right. So we're gonna come back here the moment we get more data. Let this one come in just in case it's new. All right, so we'll come back over here soon. Now we're looking at Shreveport again. Looks like these storms over here. Man, that is some huge hail. Huge hail on the southern one. So be thinking about it near Keithville and Stonewall. This is the amount of hail that you want to be in shelter for. Actually, I would say not just inside. Not you don't want to be near a window when you see these dark purples coming up. That is massive hail and a lot of it. A lot of it. Hail that will cover roads. So this should be well north of Carthage. Well north of Carthage, Texas. You guys are fine. Storms are passing to your north. Shreveport's gonna look nasty though coming up. Man, gonna be nasty over there. If you're anywhere near Mount Pleasant up to Paris, Texas, Sulphur Springs here along I-30, you're just gonna get in on some really gusty storms. Maybe some brief hail. Heavy rain, gusty storms is gonna be the case up here. Um, for the most part. We'll pay more attention to that, but any warnings that might come through over here are going to be preventative because we are not close to a radar, so we can't really see too well um, over there. So the tornado producers, thankfully, are not up there right now, so it should stay that way too. Should stay that way. Okay, so there's Shreveport. This pair of storms here is just nasty. Just nasty. Make sure you're telling people in Shreveport, hey, there's something coming for you. This is a tornadic storm. It's tornado warned. This is gonna have it's gonna be real nasty outside. Again, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for winds, mostly with these cells up here going through Louisville, going to the east through northern Dallas County in just a bit, northeastern Tarrant County. I think though, as long as these don't do nothing but wind and a little bit of hail, it looks like DFW may have escaped from any bad scenarios today, which is good. So I'm watching this closely, but the hope is that almost all of the DFW metro here will be fine. Just some heavy rain that will probably move through to downtown Dallas and areas to the north in the next 30 minutes or so. Because these storms up here just have some hail in them near Ladonia, Wolf City. All right, let's go back to Killeen. Okay, so new data about to come in here. 18 seconds. Location of the hook is right over the city. A tornado, if it were ongoing, would be just north of Killeen here, which would be which would be around the Brookhaven Intermediate School. So to the north and east here, north of Killeen High School, a ways along Nolan Road, getting into the fort area here. So it's over Fort Hood. It looks better now, though. It looks like we may have, escaped that from forming. Definitely was, there for a second, though, for sure. So, but be in your safe spots down here. Down here into Temple, Salado, be thinking about it ahead of time in Rogers towards Cameron, Buckholtz. You're to the east of I-35 as well. All right, let's go up towards, Hill County here. Zach and Frankie are looking at this one right now. I'll give you a look at that. There they are. This is our tornado warned storm approaching Laguna Park. It's sort of falling apart, but I think that this warning or a severe thunderstorm warning will definitely be issued for south of Hillsboro, including much of Abbott, West Ross, Texas, to the north of Waco. So hopefully Waco avoids this. I think Waco is looking good right now to avoid most of these storms. You're right in between it, so right in that storm free zone. But to the north of Waco should be watching south of Hillsboro. Looks like all the southern part of the DFW metro right now is good. Is good. So this is again, this is looking west of Waco at the moment, or northwest of Waco. Looks a bit disorganized, I think, but at any point this could just start wrapping up again. Right now it looks a mess. I think they drove off into the grass here. They're in the grass. Yep, interior most room of your house if you don't got a basement and you're in a tornado warning. All right, let's head over back towards Shreveport. All right, so really strong winds are going to come through here. Really strong winds are going to come through here. And there's your destructive storm for this one down here. So this will warrant sirens being issued or sirens being sounded here. This destructive severe thunderstorm for DeBerry, north of Carthage, is going to be for baseball size hail, I believe. Baseball size hail down here is our destructive warning. So this is an extremely dangerous thunderstorm. It's going to approach Keechee, Stonewall, and Keithville in Louisiana here across the border. Should stay to the north of Carthage. Really large hail down here, looking nasty. These are the types of severe thunderstorm warnings that they will sound the sirens for because you do not want to be outside in that. You get hit in the head by a baseball, do not be outside in that. So anywhere along Shreveport, the northern part of Shreveport, all the way up into Bossier County or Parish rather, Bossier Parish, all the way down south through DeSoto Parish, maybe to the north of Mansfield in Louisiana, hopefully. Should be on the lookout for this area of storms, which is just absolutely gnarly at the moment. Oh, sorry. Gotta show you guys that. This area of storms right now, it's just absolutely gnarly. So this is moving through Mansfield and north in DeSoto Parish, and from this area, Plain Dealing, Louisiana, and Bossier Parish and south. This is going to pass through and be real nasty out there. The hope is that this doesn't have any more tornadic elements to it, but it is still a tornado warning. Any part of the storm, though, definitely warrants being in your interior-most closet or bathroom. So there we go. Strong storms moving through the area. All right, let's go back to Killeen here. Still looking pretty powerful, but nothing on the ground yet, I think. We got Brian Allen taking a look at it well ahead of the thing. He's on Highway 190 at the moment, west of Belton. So let's look at Brian Allen's feed. Here's Brian taking a look at the wall cloud. This is what is now to the east of Killeen and Fort Hood. So this is what's approaching Temple. Belton, Salado should be far north of Gerald. Far north of Gerald. So anywhere Gerald and south right now, you're fine. I don't see anything popping up down here. So almost certainly it looks like Austin, Texas, and areas down here are going to be good. There doesn't really look like there's anything popping up here. The time for them to blow up has mostly passed. So hopefully Austin, Texas is fine for the night. So at this point, I'd be getting into shelter in Temple and Salado in Bell County here. I'd be thinking about it down the line towards Cameron, Texas, Ben Arnold, Highway 77 area here into Malam County. Let's take a look at this going up here, see if we can see anything evident. Not really. So hopefully, right now we're in a period where this is not producing a tornado near Killeen. Yeah. All right. So let's go back over to the east. I don't have a great radar for this over here in the radar hole near Palestine, Texas. This is still tornado warning, still producing quite a bit of hail aloft from what we can see. I said about 20 minutes ago, y'all into Cherokee County be thinking about taking shelter around Rusk and Alto in Texas here. This is headed towards Nacogdoches as well down the line. Ah, frick, dude. I'm looking at Brian again. So this is the cell over here into Cherokee County, Texas. Be thinking about taking shelter down the line here in Nacogdoches. This is headed towards you. You're definitely going to see it at least in Nacogdoches. I don't know if it's going to go right over you, but Nacogdoches up north to Appleby, Mount Enterprise. Be thinking about this storm in Rusk and Alto. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it. Right, so that's a look over there. I think this storm is mostly past, except for eastern Killeen here. So near Harker Heights down down Interstate 14 here. So west of Killeen into Fort Hood, y'all should be okay now. The storm has passed through. But don't go outdoors because there could still be lightning strikes in the area. Harker Heights, Nolanville, Belton, be in your safe spots now. It's going to go right down Highway 190, Interstate 14. Okay, so that's the look at that storm. This one appears kind of disorganized. Zach and Frankie are on this one near Laguna Park. Again, this is going to be north of Waco, south of Hillsboro, along I-35. So if a new warning gets issued for this, and it'll be for northern McLennan County, north of Waco, and southern parts of Hill County, south of Hillsboro, in Texas. All right, let's go back and look at Shreveport again for everybody just joining us who may know somebody or is in the Shreveport area. So it's just a nasty, nasty line of storms coming through. And I mean, if you want to look at this, we've got damaging winds, possibly hail, possibly tornadic signatures that are starting to show up and continuing here. This is going to pass through the northern part of Shreveport and through Shreveport properly here along these blue arrows. So this is the very, very windy part of this that could spin up tornadoes as well. And then down here to the southwest, that's going to approach areas south of Shreveport along Interstate 49 is a baseball-sized hail back in here in the blue in these pink and purple spots here going this direction. Baseball-sized hail currently falling on the southern edge of this. So there's just a nasty complex of storms here. So let people know in these areas what's headed toward them. If they don't know, it's great to let them know. This is power of the stream. Power of the stream, power of 10,000 people here is telling people that what's coming for them over there. Now casting advice. Let's see here. So tell everybody in the Shreveport area. Let them know. Don't hesitate. Okay, give them an advance warning here. We've been talking about this storm in particular for over an hour now, I think. Yeah, over an hour now. I noted its tornadic potential, and it's just nasty. Just a gnarly looking storm. So let's look at. So now that we've done that, make sure you let them know. Let's look at Fort Hood and Killeen again. I think something's getting started here once again. We see oftentimes these storms cycle where they have to put down another strong like area of air, just a strong block of air toward the surface, and another bout of inflow going into them so that they could connect and rotate. So I think we might be starting to see that again here. These blues here over Harker Heights are 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And if this southerly or these air this winds coming from the south connect with it again, we could see another chance at a tornado near Harker Heights, headed towards Belton and Temple. So let's look at Brian's feed. There's a live look at what I was just talking about. So you saw it on the radar. This is what it looks like in person from Storm Chaser Brian Allen, giving us a look on along Interstate 14, Highway 190. Looks a bit ragged in nature. Lots of cars out into the evening here. Strong storm approaching. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how we can get like everybody to know these things are going on here. I don't know how we can tell all of them, but I'm doing my part here. I hope as best I can. Best I can. It's just important that people know. New Thunder and Rusk, yep, they're in Cherokee County. Consider just having everything ready in the interior most room of your house. Hang out there. Make yourself a hot beverage, okay? You know, if anyone's got some storm anxiety today, just make yourself a hot beverage and have everything ready to go in the room and get comfy in there. It's just a good idea to do it. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you to do that. It's the best thing we can do. Really starting to see. Wish I could have it. Wow, do you see that? Oh, that's on his windshield. I was like, what is that like circular structure there? It's just a reflection on his windshield. You know, when you look at radar for 4 hours or 14 hours at that from last Friday, you start to see things for sure. So I'm doing the best I can here. You just start to see things like, oh my gosh, a horseshoe vortex. No, it's just his windshield, just a reflection. But you can see actually what I will point out here is on toward the right side of Brian's feed here before he moves away. Brian, why? I was just explaining it. He's got to reposition. I was going to say we could see the inflow. We could see the clouds streaming into the bottom, the base of the storm there. Brian, why? My science lesson has gone kaput. Oh, Brian. Okay. So again, possibly a new cycle here, a new attempt at a tornado genesis, the beginning of a tornado approaching as it goes towards Nolanville here. So Killeen, almost all that city to the west of Harker Heights, y'all are good now this storm's out of your hair. So Fort Hood and Killeen, hopefully you all are fine. This is now to the east. Out of the east. Gonna be going into Belton and Temple. Temple's gonna get in on the hail core of this no matter what. The tornado part of it may pass to the south of the city, right in this corridor. So near Little River Academy, north of Salado, but be in your safe spots. Thanks for the support, y'all. So we can't really see what's going on here, but still a powerful storm. All right, let's go back towards Shreveport. Getting really close now. They may not continue the tornado warning for this because now it looks like a good outflow dominant thing here. So you see a little bit of this bowing shape here. This is just going to be really powerful winds moving through. Very close to the radar site, 200 feet above the surface. I see 65, 67-mile-an-hour winds showing up here in these blues. So this is definitely reaching the surface. It's definitely going to look nasty. And there could also be, if this isn't hail, right in here, and these dark reds and pinks approaching the city of Shreveport. That's not hail, it's extremely heavy rain. So this will be a blinding rain, impossible to drive in rain. So this is definitely dangerous for driving out here. So this is the focused, strongest part of the storm. Looks like it's going to move right through Shreveport, starting in a few minutes. Down here, we still have this monster hailstorm on the southern edge of this very interesting configuration here. A bow echo up north, and then, and then this strong hailstorm down here. This is tracking this direction, dropping up to baseball size hail. You know, don't want that to hit you in the head if it is even larger. So it's well removed from Carthage, Texas, but it will be headed towards Keithville and Stonewall and Keechee here, Frierson or Frierson and Kingston in Louisiana across the border. So let people know in this area if you know somebody that strong storm's about to head in. Been yammering on about it for an hour now. It's starting to get spicy. So just yep, stay indoors and make sure you're comfortable. All right, let's go over to Dallas Fort Worth again. This tornado warning here that Zach and Frankie are looking at was allowed to expire. We'll be watching it closely though as it goes through northern McLennan County in Texas. This severe thunderstorm is a little shrimp, but like I said, it's going to go through Dallas, go through downtown Dallas quite a bit here, and it's just going to be gusty winds, maybe a little bit of hail. It's a small storm. This looks to be the worst of it here in the DFW metro, though. So just a brief bout of heavy rain coming through, but no tornadoes. I don't think there's any tornadoes over here. We're watching it closely. We have multiple radar sites right next to this thing, just in case. I can tell you what's going on here. So you can see this from the terminal radar here. Just some powerful wind gusts for really localized areas here. Going to show up. Passing through Irving, University Park, Highland Park, Dallas downtown. So if you're Lakeland Heights, Duncanville, you guys are okay. You'll see this pass to your north. And eventually through the eastern part of the metro towards Mesquite, Balch Springs, eastern part of Dallas. Down to 2 tornado warnings now. So there's your considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Shreveport. All of the Shreveport metro, north, south, everywhere through the city. That's going to be for 70-mile-an-hour winds. 70-mile-an-hour winds and some hail in there. Don't want to be out in that. Yep, looking through this, these are our weakest storms right now. Weakest storms today. Still severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to pose mostly a threat to driving. So driving over here and along the Dallas area is just going to be made difficult by this. But this is just a strong springtime thunderstorm at the moment. All right. So that's what's going on down there. Switch radar sites. Up north here, I've talked about this occasionally up north, around the Paris area, around Mount Pleasant. At the moment, this part of the storm going through today, it just looks like it's going to be wind and some hail up here. Okay, I don't see much tornadic up here. We're a bit far away from radar sites up here, but if there is a tornado warning anywhere up in this area in northeastern Texas, it will be preventative. So it will be, oh, the storm might be rotating, so please be taking shelter. But almost certainly it's looking like a much reduced tornado threat up here. So just wind and hail. Zach and Frankie are looking at this right now. There is still some tight rotation, but it's very weak. We can take a look at whatever they're seeing here. Here's Zach and Frankie's view. This is south of Laguna Park in Texas. It's headed towards to the north of Waco, south of Hillsboro. Still a strong storm, but it looks like I don't see. We could see a little bit of rotation here. You see those low clouds moving right in front of the stream. They're going this direction, and in the back there, they're moving a little bit the other way. to the left. So we can definitely see that weak rotation verifying here from Zach and Frankie's feed. Pretty cool. Pretty cool to see it happen and confirm what we're thinking here. All right. So let's go back to Louisiana. Here it is. Now moving through Shreveport proper. 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through. Really looking, it does not look tornadic hardly at all. So this is looking like a bunch of gusty winds moving through. This hail has also calmed down quite a bit over here as it passes the border. So hopefully this hail just, is not sustained. We were seeing very large hail earlier. Moving through Shreveport now. Looking like a less of a tornado threat, thankfully, but these winds can still knock down plenty of tree branches. So dangerous storm moving through. The storms moving through that may impact Tyler in Texas, I think is just this one over here that's over Dallas. So if that collapses or falls apart, that may be about it for those areas. All the tornado warnings down here for Cherokee County near Rusk, up towards Mount Enterprise, north of Nacogdoches, here in Texas have been allowed to expire. So this is just a severe thunderstorm warning for hail and for some wind. It's still rotating though. So still some rotation here, just very far away from radars. So can't tell you exactly what's going on with that one, unfortunately. Uh, so yeah, really strong winds just above the surface here. 70-mile-an-hour winds going through the southern part of Shreveport. Really strong winds. How's it looking out there in Shreveport, y'all? Anyone in Shreveport? What's going on? What do you see? Don't go to the windows. So, and what do you hear? Rather is what I should say. I would recommend staying indoors. What do you hear over there? Probably pretty loud. Probably about to be pretty loud. But yeah, that warning also goes way out to the east here along Interstate 20. So this is expected to continue along Interstate 20 towards Arcadia, um, Ruston in Louisiana. We'll see how far east it makes it. Maybe all the way east to Monroe. Not sure. Not sure yet. Just hear thunder. Well, not for long. It's gonna get loud. Be indoors. Be indoors. I honestly, I'm just really glad that it was looking real nasty over near Marshall, Texas an hour ago. I'm really glad that that did not turn into, a major tornado threat there because it could have. It was looking real gnarly. That's why we had this tornado warning come through that's about to expire here in Caddo Parish. Real gusty over there. So thankfully that did not occur because that could have been real bad. Very happy about it. Please be in shelter though over here in Shreveport. Plenty of thunder. Okay, let's go back over to east of Killeen. It just looks like everything, everything going on here. Temple, Texas is going to get in on the hail core of this. So the worst of the blinding storm conditions are going to be up here, right into Temple. Looks like it's going right in. The tornado threat's a little bit reduced. Uh, so Brian is going to is he going back north here? Or is he just traveling south for whatever reason? He's going east now. Okay, so Brian's going to the east now, out ahead of this storm. Staying far away from it, But right now, please be in your safe spots in Belt and also in Temple because it's going to be wind and hail in Temple shortly. This right here in the pink is traveling just to the east southeast, and that's our hail right in there. Okay, close this out. All right, we're down to 3 radars now. Very good. Think Wichita Falls is good for today. Doesn't look like anything else popped up. Fort Worth, I think you all are all right for the day as well. Just this one strong storm moving into Dallas. Looks like it does have some hail with it now, possible. So you could get in on a pretty nasty storm here into Dallas, but Fort Worth is looking all right. All of Tarrant County looking okay here. Just this one little blip here, passing through Irving right now in Texas. Everywhere up here, once again, north into Hunt County, Greenville, Texas, Paris, Texas, Clarksville, over to Mount Pleasant. Right now, looks like just a wind threat for y'all. Some strong winds and heavy rain over the next couple hours here. Watching this storm closely just in case, because I like to talk about something, say it's doing nothing, and then it does something. So still got to pay attention. Very loud in Shreveport. So there you go. If you're East Shreveport, that's a second away from you. Second away from you over there. What are you doing right here? Let's take a close look at this Dallas cell, just in case. Not seeing anything too concerning. Just a strong thunderstorm moving through into downtown Dallas in just a bit here. Right through downtown. Right through downtown. So Shreveport, here's a look at what y'all are seeing. It's a mess. It's just a mess. That's what y'all are seeing. It won't last too long. It should be maybe a 15-20 minute bout of strong winds here. Whenever it starts up for your place in Shreveport, shouldn't last too long. Does look like almost all of our hail threat back in here is hopefully vanished. So still some hail falling. 73-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Shreveport uh, airport there, I think. So 73-mile-an-hour winds possible moving through here. That is absolutely gonna be just as nasty as I've been talking about there in Bossier City, Shreveport. Just some time here. So take all of the reports in chat that are coming through. Everybody talking about Shreveport, and apply it down the line here through Interstate 20, northern Louisiana. So Arcadia, Ruston, maybe eventually to Monroe, but by then it might just be done for. And that's what's going on right now. All right, let's go back down to Temple. Temple's got that hail moving in really soon here. Brian's getting out in front of this feed right below my face here. And Zach and Frankie are still looking at this cell that's not warned up here near Abbott and West Texas, north of Waco. So Bell County and Milam County, this has been transitioned into a severe thunderstorm warning as it continues on. This is going to be considerable because there are 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and also up to 1.5 inches of hail, which is going to be just nasty here. This is going to go through southern Temple, so let's talk about that. Southern part of Temple, that's where there's the Baylor Scott Medical Center down there in the VA hospital, Veteran Hospital, Temple College, and the Lions Junction Water Park is where the most of this really nasty hail is gonna fall over here. Looks like the tornado threat is reduced for now. So really the biggest concern with this supercell is its possibility to drop large hail and really strong winds anywhere along that line there. So hopefully people have heard it over time or been telling people over time in Temple that it's just not a time to be outside. So let's look at Brian's feed. He's looking at Temple right now. Show that to y'all. There's the look at the Temple storm. Brian is looking north into Belton. Actually, he's looking a little bit northwest. He's focusing on this part of the storm down here where we could see a wall cloud. It's just gnarly. And if it looks like this, we got a little bit of like sculpting here of the clouds. It's a proper supercell. This is not currently producing a tornado to the best of our knowledge. They're taking pictures of it though. Yep, hail is going right into Southern Temple. It's probably going to last a good amount of time here. You have some scary looking clouds in there. It's probably going to last a pretty good time, pretty good amount of time. This is just now approaching Belton, Little River Academy, and Temple, Texas. Salt Lake City and scary looking clouds, same abbreviation. Killeen's good. Killeen should be good for the night. Fort Hood, good. That should be the last of it for y'all. Looks like nothing else is developing. As expected, as we get into the evening hours past sunset, dry line risks like this don't set anything else up. They don't set anything else up. We still got part of the storm here that could become tornadic once again. At any point, the wind streaming into the storm like this direction can sort of wrap up here right in this area and become tornadic once again. But right now, we're not seeing that too clearly. Can change it in the blink of an eye, though. So it's a good idea to just be out in your shelters or in your shelters over here. It does look like it could be attempting to happen here. So right here we have a rear flank downdraft. This is winds moving quickly down from inside the storm along this blue arrow into our area of interest. And right here in the red, we've got the inflow, all the winds streaming into it. Oh gosh, I'm not even showing that. Here you go. There you go. Here's your downdraft right there on the rear flank of it. And here's your wind streaming inward. This blue arrow right here. It could be coming together right in this area to the south of Temple. This is still possibly tornadic. It's that cloud hanging down, scary looking cloud. Those are scud clouds. Literally clouds that just form below the storm because there's rain falling there. The rain cools that air down, forms another cloud. So just a little ragged looking thing. That's what happens. Yep. So this has been developing. We can look at this. This is definitely going to try again, I think here. Most concerning part of the storm right into this area if it does tighten up here. It will go near Little River Academy and Rogers in Texas down the line here along Highway 190 going southeast. Buckholtz and Cameron, y'all watch out ahead of time into northwestern Malam County in Texas. Texas, Texas, Texas. Let's look at Shreveport again. You guys are almost getting through it. Almost getting through it for most everybody here. Some bouts of severe weather again, though, are going to be as far south as Keithville. Looks like Stonewall's avoided it here in Louisiana. And again, this is just going to travel east along Interstate 20 here. For the most part, we'll see how long it persists with these damaging winds, but along Interstate 20 and areas just south here in a box like that, we're going to see the worst of the impacts here in this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, there's a reason I'm not looking at the correlation coefficient right now. Strong storm moving through northern Louisiana. Okay. Let's see. What else can we look at here? Into Rusk, looked like the storm might be passing to your south. I can't hardly see nothing about it though. It's so far away. I'll look at it from Shreveport. This storm up here north of Waco though is really not doing much of anything. If it were still a mature supercell, what we would be seeing here is over its life cycle here. You can see it how it was moving to the southeast like this direction, and then now it's kind of jetted off a little bit more to the east. That indicates to me that it may be in the towards the dying stage of the thunderstorm where it really loses a lot of its oomph and hopefully loses its severe potential as well in the middle of that. So that's what we're seeing there. Hopefully that storm near Waco is just doing nothing. Shouldn't impact Waco proper. We're good there. Heavy rain's about to be over downtown Dallas now, moving through University Park, Highland Park, just along Interstate 30 to 35 East Junction, and also where Interstate 345 and 30 converge. So that's going to pass south and east. Um, Really, it's looking like areas near Balch Springs and Mesquite, maybe where this heavy rain is going, but really not that much of a not much more than a wind threat with these storms. These are really gusty storms. We had 65-mile-an-hour wind reports back in back over towards the northern Fort Worth part of the cities here. So these will be still pretty strong, but I don't see much of anything else. And of course, update all our friends over here, Mount Pleasant, and north of Tyler. Really, it doesn't look like Tyler's going to get in on too much. In Texas, here, it's just going to be these storms that move across the area over time. You go, you can see those in action. All of the storms up here, anywhere up here, is just a wind threat for now. It looks like everything up here is just trending towards wind with anything that does come through. So that's good news up there. Good news up there. This storm's still rotating though. Still a pretty. I guess this is still a pretty powerful supercell. So Zach and Frankie will continue to give us a good look at that whenever whenever we need to look at it. We've got them on that storm to give you a ground view. All right, let's go back to this storm. It's a little bit messy now. It doesn't look like it was able to establish anything too tight here in terms of tornadoes. And all the hail maybe stayed to the south of Temple. That's good news. Mostly to the south of the city of Temple here. So this is right where that family water park is, the Lions Junction. And it's going to go towards Heidenheimer. Heidenheimer, Texas, a little unincorporated area. Lots of rural areas out here towards Leedale. Heidenheimer is where the worst of the storm is passing through here that we're looking at here on Brian Allen's feed. So what we're seeing right here is maybe a little bit of a ragged wall cloud because Brian is just south and west of where the hook is in the storm that could be our area of concern. But also what we see on the radar here. What we see on the radar here is this area shows up a little bit. It's hard to see, but this is our rear flank gust front. So that winds are just pushing out in this direction. Should nothing be able to insert itself into the storm here, we probably won't see too much in terms of tornadoes. So that's good. Want that to continue being the case. You can see in the greens here that it's kind of just pushed out in front of the storm. We for tornadoes, we need this red to be able to infiltrate in here, and right now it looks like it's cut off. Good news over here, which is why this tornado warning was allowed to expire, and we have no more tornado warnings. Cool. Right now, no more tornado warnings. 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in South Belton. So that's just still going to be real nasty, though. I mean, those kind of winds can do the same damage as a weak tornado. Yeah, today we've got the delay on so that we can have closed captions on. Since Ryan is not streaming, I'm making sure that I'm doing the part of the stream that Ryan would normally do, which is as accessible as possible to everybody, and in addition to the meteorology side that I normally do and will be doing next Tuesday. So yeah, strong storm moving through Cameron in Texas here in Milam County. I'd recommend being in a safe spot. I definitely recommend being indoors. A dangerous storm with 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So this is going to head towards your area through Rogers, Texas, Ben Arnold, Cameron, towards Gauss, Hearn, Hearn, Mumford, and Wheelock here in Texas. Eventually down the line. Right. See, we're getting into sundown there on the chaser feeds. This is hopefully where the tornado threat today begins to decrease, which is great. Hopefully, when it begins to decrease. It's like it's almost out of your hair here in Shreveport. Maybe some hail to the south side of the city. But once this blob of heavy rain is done here, move off to the east, then Shreveport is probably going to get in on some more storms. It's probably going to be stormy again because we've got all this mess back in here. It's generally traveling in this direction. I'm in Minnesota, Minneapolis. Whew. So does look like things are winding down just a bit here, but we still have strong supercells. So 3/4 inch hail northeast of Dallas. Thank you, great job telling me that. Good live report. Please stay indoors. I can't recommend in good conscience that you go outside. So let's look at Dallas. Yep. Strongest part of the storm moving through right through the heart of Dallas right now. So it's just going to be heavy rain. I guess some hail is also falling in these storms. You don't need to have those pinks show up for hail. I didn't measure the snow this time around. Hearn, Hearn, Texas. Thank you, Loss. Appreciate that. Okay, so no tornado warnings, guys. We've covered all the storms recently. This one passed into the north of Nacogdoches. Looks like it's still strong, but not tornadic. Passing south of Rusk. So it's a good idea to be indoors over there. So let's talk about Tuesday right now. Okay, Tuesday and Wednesday. Let's start talking about that. All right, let me show y'all this coming up. So this is today's risk. Let's talk about Tuesday, Wednesday. Here is a. Let me turn this off. Um. Grief. I've goofed it up. Here is Tuesday's risk areas. So this is where the storms will be on Tuesday. Just gonna go over here for now. So these are the areas in the orange here. This is an enhanced risk or a 3 out of 5 currently from the Storm Prediction Center. This is subject to be upgraded for much of so for Fort Smith, Little Rock, Jonesboro, Arkansas, Texarkana, as well. Areas over here are in the highest risk at the moment issued for Tuesday. So those are our focus, and then areas, of course, Jefferson City, St. Louis, as far west as Kansas City, all of central Illinois here, and towards Davenport and Chicago will all be in the risk again on Tuesday. So expectations for Tuesday is that these risks stay in place and may be upgraded to a moderate or a 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. It's looking like a pretty intense storm taking place once again, just like last Friday. And the wind threat could make it so that these storms or these risk areas rather are extended to the east as we go into Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. So over here from Kansas City, Topeka area east, I would say that storms are expected into the early afternoon hours on Tuesday, right in this area. So early afternoon, even as far, even down here into in and around Dallas, just the east of Dallas is where these are expected to form. And then through the late afternoon to evening, and then up into the early night hours, right into this area, into northeast Arkansas, and evening to night hours starting to get over here into Chicago, Bloomington. So maybe the same theme will be true on Friday, but just add a couple hours to the time that you got storms on Friday. So just a little bit earlier over here toward Des Moines, just so like in the afternoon hours over here near Des Moines, but then Davenport maybe in the early evening to late afternoon, and then Chicago instead of 7 p.m. Central, it could be 8 or 9 p.m. We'll see, but maybe also again we might see a couple of rounds of storms as well are going to be possible. So we could see some storms move through Chicago earlier on, and then another one form back here and move in the same direction again. That's definitely possible in both modes. So down here can also get multiple rounds of storms because this is a big system. That's why that's possible. Big system makes it so that we can get multiple rounds. Yeah, I did get snow yesterday. So if we look out ahead to this day as best we can, we got the NAM here to show you the future cast radar into Tuesday. So this is Tuesday at 7 a.m. This is oh, what's happening here? Okay, this is a strange model solution. What on earth? I definitely think that I definitely think this is not showing this properly, not resolving the storms. But we have the environment in place for sure. So we really have to get into like the 2 day range, which is why a video tomorrow about these storms would be really good because then we have most of the models that can look out into this range. That's the hope. So if I can make a video tomorrow about this, that would be great. Because this is just not showing up yet. These dang models are not doing what I want them to do, to show up. Not giving me a good idea. NAM stands for North American Mesoscale Model. North American Mesoscale. Tomorrow, we can take a brief look at that. So this is tomorrow's risk areas. Really just marginal risks in place. So the continuation of any sort of storminess down here into this area over here. This is a low end threat, as well as the day before a low end threat up here in into the Midwest into northern Missouri. So the day before a lower end threat, maybe even some thunderstorms over here in the Rocky Mountains, Utah, and along the Pacific coast and Spokane. Thunderstorm risks all over the place. Wow. But those are just general springtime ordinary storms if they do happen. So low end threat tomorrow, day 3. Then we get the sort of upper end threat that is subject to upgrading from the Storm Prediction Center. So that's what we'll be looking at. And then after that into Thursday, we also want to be talking about Thursday. Or not Thursday, sorry, Wednesday. We also want to be talking about Wednesday into the Northeast. For y'all in the Northeast, let me show you this. As soon as I can find it. There we go. So this is the risk for Wednesday from the Storm Prediction Center. So that's including Detroit, Cleveland, almost all of Ohio, so Columbus, Cincinnati, Indianapolis and East, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, all of these places here in the North and East, the Eastern Midwest into the Great Lakes region here are going to be looking at a severe threat on Wednesday, April 5th. The same may be true, a lower end severe threat down here as these storms move to the east into the deep south from our previous risk over here. That includes much of Arkansas. So this southern mode may have storms that move more to the east and have a lower end severe threat down here on Wednesday. So unsettled weather for a lot. Yeah, this also includes Toronto. Sorry, I forgot to say that. Southern and southeastern Ontario. You can actually just fill in the bubble here. You can see that really nicely. So just imagine this is one bubble here for southern, southeastern Ontario, up towards Ottawa. Just fill in the bubble here for a severe risk in this area in the Great Lakes region, eastern Great Lakes region. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about, and then I forgot about that. So yeah, severe weather also expected through Toronto, all the metro there. Going to be intense up there. So I'll definitely talk about it in a video if I can make it in time. Yeah, there's a look at Wednesday from the Storm Prediction Center. All right, let's take another look at our storms moving through here, just in case we got anything. So this is northwestern Louisiana. Oh, and by the way, Ryan and I will both be streaming on Tuesday for sure, so April 4th. And then so that will, we'll be able to give you whatever's going on as it happens to complement your plan that you definitely have in place in those areas on Tuesday. You definitely have your plan in place and ready to execute it in 1 minute or less, or in just a few minutes. And then Ryan and I will also be there to tell you who needs to do that. Hopefully, it's very few of y'all. And then Wednesday, I mean, I think Wednesday's risk will probably, it feels like it's possibly going to be upgraded. We're still far out, so yeah, there's a good chance that Wednesday's risk could be upgraded too. So that would include Toronto and so forth. That could be in a increased severe risk and elevated threat. Ryan will not be chasing, so that should be implied there that Ryan and I will be streaming on Tuesday. He decided not to do it. Uh, so yeah, it's possible that we could be streaming Wednesday as well. If Ryan's not, then I might take up streaming on Wednesday too. So we'll see. All right, our current storms here. If you need to look at that again, of course, you can go to the Storm Prediction Center's website, spc.noaa.gov. AA is always there for you. But just know that that website is not exactly super tailored to the public. It's more like the Storm Prediction Center functions as a way to tell us all information that we can then relay to as many people as possible. So yeah, so these active storms at the moment, still really strong, gusty storm here. Plenty of powerful winds are going to pass through northern Louisiana, through along and south of Interstate 20 primarily, where these pinks are showing up here in the tans on the winds on the right side of your screen. These are 60, 55, 60, even 70-mile-an-hour winds all in through here. So it looks particularly bad and possibly rotating on your doy line or doyline here. So if this area is rotating and this becomes tornado warned at any point, head towards Sibley, Heflin, and Freiburg here in southern Webster Parish. We could see a possible spin up tornado here. It's very possible with this is like a mesoscale convective system, so definitely could see tornadoes in this. Brief tornadoes. Yeah, that stream on Wednesday is probably a really good idea. Really good idea. So we'll see how that risk evolves with time, okay? And then if it, I expect it to probably be still pretty significant at that moment as we go through the week. So I'll be paying attention, okay? So that's our northern Louisiana, our northern Louisiana storm moving through mesoscale convective system. This big old blob of storms now is just a whole system of its own, and in that we could see rotation right about here. This is to the south of Dixien and Minden, in Louisiana. So if this warrants a tornado warning, let's see how fast that spun up. So yeah, that's coming up real quick. You can see the next frame might be even more concerning, and we could see a tornado issue or a tornado warning issue down here. This would be for southern Webster Parish, and depending on how far east it goes, Beanville, Bineville Parish here, the northern part of it, along Interstate 20. So watching this one closely, this could be a possible tornadic threat ramping up briefly here. So somebody in these areas, it's a good idea to tell them, hey, you've already got that strong thunderstorm moving through. But it's an even better idea. Another call to action to, hey, maybe take shelter in Gippsland, Mount Lebanon, Arcadia. It's a great idea. Great idea to do that. Interior-most room of your house. All right, let's look at the Temple storm. Looks like most of it is stayed to the south of the city. It's now moved out of Temple. Golf ball size hail reports in around Belton. And that's going to be passing around Rogers, Buchholz, and Cameron, Texas here into Malam County. So a strong, severe threat here, but really the tornado potential is honestly nothing right now with this. We see this right here. This line here is showing up in front. If you can see that, it basically forms a boundary right here. That is cutting off all inflow, all inflow from getting into this. So just absolutely nothing is reaching into this storm at the moment. That's a good thing. Hopefully it stays that way. So right now, this tornado potential is very, very low. Needs to stay that way. This one up here near Waco is just falling apart, really. That's good. The Dallas severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire. So really, our only severe thunderstorm warnings, we have two, and it's just down here into Malam County, and the one over east of Shreveport. Now we're down to two warnings only. Very nice. Next scan here does look like it's wrapped up on one side, but this other bit of the rotation might be pretty weak into the east of Shreveport. So hopefully that continues to be the case. But these storm systems altogether, they alter the atmosphere all around them, so they can make their own conditions if they want, and that's why we see these spin up tornadoes quite often. So again, if there is a tornado warning that comes through for this, I wouldn't be surprised. It would be for southern Webster County into northern Beanville or Bineville, not county, parish. They always get me with that. I've been doing it good all day today, and then finally I succumbed and said county instead of parish. There it is. Oh, man. So down the line again, Gippsland, Arcadia, Oak Grove, Bryceland, Mount Lebanon, and Louisiana. Great idea to be indoors. Bienville. Thank you. Bienville. I was wondering if somebody would come through with that. Perfect. Appreciate it. Yeah, happy to cover today's event in any way. It's been good. Glad I've been able to do all this. Does look like we're really losing the severe threat though. Uh, for the most part though, a storm system like this mesoscale convective system right in here, and this guy right here is these are self sufficient for a lot of times. Self sufficient means that it will continue on its own for quite some time. So way down the line, it could still be posing a strong thunderstorm, you know, risk all the way along Interstate 20, possibly moving further south to including Winnsboro in Louisiana. So these self-sufficient, strong storm complexes is what you like to call them sometimes. They can last a while. I think we did have one brief tornado today. We did have a confirmed tornado warning, yes, and that was back over near near let's see, near Kasi, Texas, and Thornton. That was a while ago though. So there was one brief tornado today at least, which is good. I'm really glad we got the lower end of that, right? We got the lower end of the threat today. Always happy to see that. So I believe we've been on for 3 hours 48 minutes. We got a little bit of time to go yet. The error is human. As long as I can clarify, we're all good. We got some time to go. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be prepping for Tuesday. I think the hardest part for me in terms of Tuesday is, that I want to, make a video about it so we have concise information, and something that, is easy to go back to. But in order to do that, I have to work really hard tonight. So this live stream, while it's difficult work, the hardest part is gonna be that video, unfortunately. So, but I think I wanna do it. It's good to cover what's, coming up. Ryan's already made a video too, which is great. Back in there on Tuesday, you should be fine in Temple. You'll be good. You'll be good. Much further north and east, is where we'll be focusing on the southern mode. So, Chad, let's talk a little bit. What do you guys, got to say to me that isn't just asking about your specific location? Since we're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, those are where, that's what I'm looking at. So, anything from y'all? Anything from y'all? I see that we're, approaching 100,000 subs. Yeah, I wish I could see that better on this live stream area. But thank you all for doing as much as you have to, help this stream along. I remember back when I started working with Ryan, like, you'd get 20,000 viewers or so, and then when I'm talking for 10 minutes, he's taking a break, it goes down to 15, and now we're almost able to get, 15,000 on just on my own. It's absolutely awesome that y'all are here. Y'all are here and are able to, relay this weather information. We've done so much in the past year. So much in the past year. Mine is doing fine. He's real loud though lately. Goodness, that cat. Yeah, we could talk about. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. This is wicked. Let me show you this. So this is the Weather Prediction Center's forecast. This is for Tuesday. And I see something here. I called this the Four Horsemen. I'm gonna put this in my video, I think. We've got a fire risk down here in this gray hatched. We've got a severe threat over here in this severe thunderstorm. We've got freezing rain possible here in the red blue hatched, and heavy snow back here. This is all. It's like the four corners, four horsemen of weather here. And this intense. This is a heck of a storm system that would do something like this. I thought that was really interesting just to see this on a 1-day map. So this is today's. That fire risk down there is persisting for quite some time in eastern New Mexico. So yeah, it's a lot to look at here. But just some unsettled weather tomorrow. Heavy snow in Wyoming, western Dakotas for tomorrow, and just wet, very wet in the Pacific Northwest. This storm that's going through Tuesday and Wednesday is coming from the Pacific Northwest, not California this time. So
A new
pretty interesting
tornado
to see.
warning has been issued.
Okay. Well, let's go back and look and see what's prompted that warning. It is, in fact, something that looks really concerning, but I know that's not accurate. So this new tornado warning here has actually managed to spin up right into there. That's what we were talking about. As long as that, oh no, as long as that doesn't happen, then we're good. But it has actually managed to reconnect. We have a really narrow band here of inflow, and it's managed to sneak its way in there. So hopefully, I was hoping it would be really low, but unfortunately, there it is. So new tornado warning there. This is not a debris ball. At least I don't think it is. It better not be. But it is possible that this is no. This is a scam here. This is hail. This is not a tornado debris signature. You think you're so sneaky, Storm. All right, so that tornado warning includes much of Malam County. I think it's only in Malam County here. So Cameron, Minerva. Please be in your shelters. Our rotation is up here in this general area. This is a hail core. This is not a tornado doing damage. I don't think it is. At least I really hope it's not. So we're seeing a little bit of hail in the rear flank of the storm coming down. Yeah, that is a scam right there. That's a scam. Not a real tornado. They're trying to get us there. Little bit of hail showing up, but that is large hail all the same, so still dangerous. Milam County. Thank you. Milam. Milam County. Ugh, been saying that like 7 times a day. Yeah, we could play the loop through. So there's that supercell. Kind of fell apart a little bit there, but now it's reorganized here, and you can see it. There's our new tornado warning. So a little bit of reorganization happening. Strong storm, all the same. This will probably be the one we have eyes on for a while tonight as we go through. This is a GR2 analyst. That is that Gibson Ridge, if you need to spell it out. Bossier, the storm should be out of your area. It should be out, but you might have another one or two coming through. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm sorry, I missed a lot of the chat questions. I mm, just started. Do I cover hurricanes? We'll see about that, and when we get into hurricane season. Other countries' weather. I do that occasionally. Yeah, my first few videos, I talked about Canada. I talked about the UK, Western Europe, from time to time. Flowing with yeah, knowing what's going on and flowing with it in the now casting scene is the best way to deal with storm anxiety for sure. Because and the precursor to that, what justifies that is it's better to know what's happening than to not know that something's going on in your area, that something might impact you in terms of severe weather. It's a reason this stuff exists for y'all. The social side of meteorology is to protect lives and property. That's why we do this. So it's better that you know. Knowing, unfortunately, incurs storm anxiety. It just does. But it's better to know that it's going to happen. And then to quell that storm anxiety, you use the resources that you have access to, which I'm happy to be a part of those, resources to be able to help you all out. Now, you look for a lot of things on radar to know there's a tornado. It takes, I've looked at tens of thousands of storms, so it just takes a lot of experience. Happy to rep, Paul. Thank you, Paul Morgan. Oh yeah, the awards behind me, these are Weather Challenge trophies for forecasting excellence. I like the Weather Challenge a lot. However, I don't have time for it anymore, unfortunately, with this job. These are tornado warnings in pink, severe thunderstorms in red. This is the default for this program, and I like it better. Mm. Minden, Bienville. Thank you. How do you, as individuals, help after a tornado from afar, from abroad? Helping after a tornado is it's difficult, but Ryan for the past few events has set up the All Squad Fund in which he can use that to immediately distribute large amounts of aid to places that are impacted, and we're seeing that now. We're going to see that up and coming as well for Sullivan, Indiana, that was impacted on Friday, uh, and um, and Wynne, Arkansas, several places. So that's one way to help it. We're trying to offer that and we are offering that as a very solid way to have a massive and more immediate response. That's at least more unprecedented. I'm 25. Ohio on Wednesday, you definitely want to be looking out, be prepared. Multi-mode weather is possible. We could see supercells in Ohio on Wednesday. It's definitely possible. I'm watching Central Texas right now into Milam County. Chaser feeds down, probably. We're getting into the nighttime hours here. I've got them up, but we were able to get some valuable stuff from the chasers today. We had Zach and Frankie and Brian Allen today. We will be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday as well this week, more than likely. More than likely. So there we go. Nothing for San Antonio, nothing for Austin, Texas, thankfully. Look, we got the bats starting to take off. You guys know these down here. We got the bats. The bats are starting to fly off here in and around Austin and Round Rock. Watch them take off there. Look at that, near Round Rock, watch the bats. There they go. Bats are taking off this evening. They show up on the radar. There's a lot of them. Iowa City on Tuesday. Be weather aware, tune into the streams. All severe modes are possible for you. Thank you for the support, y'all. Th A name for a storm cell? I don't know what you mean by that. What Indiana next few days, Tuesday into Wednesday is what you wanna be paying attention to. Um, like, all severe weather is possible on those days. It's gonna be a strong storm. Lower Michigan on Wednesday, Lansing, you might be a little west of the primary severe risk. It's gonna be Detroit on Wednesday into, southern and southeastern Ontario. Is this tornado legit? I don't think anything is ongoing right now in terms of a tornado at the surface, but there is one possible. So Cameron and Minerva here in Milam County need to be taking shelter in Texas. Uh, no, I don't think there's going to be any more storms back here today to the west. I think we're done with that. Yeah, let's go back to the I-20 storm too. We're going to flick back and forth. These are our last two storms today. That are significant. Except we could be seeing things start to ramp up back here. These are traveling through much of the same areas, so a similar environment to what just happened. So now we've got severe thunderstorms back in here that are going to approach Shreveport again. I-20 storms still pretty powerful as it heads up towards or through Arcadia, Ruston, and here in northern Louisiana. And then I guess we could call these I-20 storms as well near Ore City. Not seeing any, significant rotation in here. At the moment. These are still looking like damaging wind threats, but this one, since we saw stuff happen near Marshall, Texas earlier here in Harrison County, I bet, this one's gonna be worth watching here. The one over Ore City. Dropping some hail there at the moment. So we might have to watch this one pretty closely because it's strong, mature, and, we saw some really concerning, signatures over here. So let's keep a close eye on this one too. Omaha, Nebraska on Tuesday might be just on the edge of a severe risk. Might be just on the edge of it over there. So be paying attention. But I think it's going to be just to your east. Have I ever chased? I did a local chase once east of Minneapolis, but I'm going to go chasing in middle to late May. I'll be in Oklahoma and all around there for over 2 weeks. So I'll have content from that on the channel. We'll see what I can find out there. If I can make a live stream work, we'll certainly try that out here as well. Or maybe I'll just stream for Ryan. Thank you, Amy, for all the help. Thank you, mods, for the help too. We're not done yet. I'm concerned about this Ore City storm. Tornadic conditions in the atmosphere are still in place. Ann Arbor, Wednesday's tornado risk is a little bit elevated. Ann Arbor, Detroit, we're watching there. It's a little far out to tell you, but we have an area of concern over there. Southwest Indiana under a severe thunderstorm watch right now. Uh, wish I had an easier way to look at that. I do on my phone. Right now? Or are you talking about Tuesday? I think you're probably talking about Tuesday. Nope, I have not. That Andrew Hill Weather Kid video is not me. Different Andrew Hill. Hope he's doing well, though. I didn't live in Illinois. A flooding risk on Tuesday? Yeah, maybe. Right now on Tuesday, we have marginal risks for excessive rainfall from the Weather Prediction Center, so a lower end threat for flooding. On the news? It was on the news? Or are you watching that YouTube video? That is not me. Middle Tennessee upgraded tomorrow? Tomorrow? I don't think so. Middle Tennessee probably won't even see storms tomorrow. More city heavy hail. Yep. Taking a look at that right now. We're pretty concerned if it begins to wrap up. That's going to head towards Jefferson, Texas, and Marion County. I know. I saw that. Everybody gets recommended that video. It's so strange. Yeah, that's not it. That's a separate place file, Andrew. Separate place file for our GR2 analyst. To find locate a place file, not archive, but a list of place files. There's a several resources for that. CC drop correlation coefficient. This product on the radar. Whenever you see this, if we see blues and greens where we expect a tornado to be, or where large hail is, like back in here, we see some greens here showing up. This is where all the hail is over Ore City. Somebody just reported that in the chat. What that means simply is the blues and greens here and the yellows means that things are less uniform. So a raindrop, every single raindrop over here is going to be more uniform. When you have small and large hail showing up, it's not the same size. Radar sees that and it's like, wow, here's an algorithm and bang, it's not the same. So when there's a tornado and debris is being kicked up, it's not going to be the same size. I could tell you that. A 2x4 is not the same as a dirt speck. So that's why we see those signatures show up. One way to use the radar. Ma, meteorologist Andy Hill. Ma. Okay. I don't know if I don't know. Will that stick? Ma. Ma here. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Ma. Absolutely happy to help on Friday in Murfreesboro. Nope. Nashville should be removed. Should be further west on Tuesday. Wednesday, though, you might have some storms move through. So a little bit, everything is a little bit west on Tuesday in the southern area. So not even Memphis might be in the higher risk, the higher end risks down there. New York City, maybe late Wednesday. Little Rock, Tuesday. Be watching. We really are going to cover Little Rock in depth because that's a vulnerable area. Vulnerable area. Still watching this one near Ore City, Texas. Pretty concerning threat over here. The weather so far, not too bad today. Not too bad today. No, I'm not from Illinois. I'm from California. Anything in North Alabama Tuesday? No, it'll be Wednesday. It'll be Wednesday. We got some artifacts going on. People are like, "Oh my gosh, rotation." This is not rotation. This is not rotation. I've had 1080 HD the entire day today. Ohio, please pay attention on Wednesday. And also Ontario, southeastern Ontario, Wednesday, you want to pay attention. Detroit, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, in New York. I followed the storms in New Jersey last night just a little bit. Sorry I wasn't streaming for that. I'm one person. Ryan's another person. It's tough to do every single day. Ventura, yes. Yes, Barbara. I want a home weather station, but I'm in a townhouse. And you guys know how bad and stupid the homeowners associations are. Or like these local areas that just you can have no poles, you can have no appendages sticking out of your deck, out of your front porch. Like, let me just put a weather station there, man. It's not gonna hurt anybody. Huh. But I'm probably just gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna put one there anyways because it's weather data. Yeah, townhouse moment. Those homeowner associations. All right, let's go back and look at our tornado warning down here. into Milam County. It looks like it's falling apart again. Bunch of hail, though, falling along Highway 190 toward Cameron, Texas, in, Milam County. Radar artifacting, the data is sensitive, like, beams are constant pulses of, radar beams are being constantly sent out. They're all small and, like, the data has to be very heavily altered, to even make sense, once we're looking at it here. So it's, all put through algorithms. And even still, it can just show a bunch of garbled stuff because if, beams are going out, bouncing between everything and then coming back in various intervals to the radar, it's tough to actually know exactly what's happening. So the fact that we can even get it this well defined is, honestly, pretty dang cool. Pretty dang cool. Yeah, I'm gonna get the Tempest. Ryan, you can find that on Shop Ryan Hall as well. Hope you're all doing well too. This is our active tornado warning, last one remaining at the moment. But we're also concerned about eastern Texas and around Ore City, and that could ramp up again. Louisville, Kentucky may get some storms on Wednesday. Looks like you might be removed from some of the severe threat at the moment. Yep, I'm from Ventura. There are no tornado watches are issued on the day of, ahead of time, hours ahead of time. Means conditions are in place on the day of. So we'll see. Yeah, Nacogdoches, Natchitoches in Louisiana. I've learned a lot, but there's always learned more to learn about pronunciations. Where would I have positioned on last Friday's chase? That's a great question. I would have been, I would have been maybe in Iowa City. I would have liked to catch that. I definitely would have been in the northern mode, not the southern one. So I would have tried to get to that one storm that had a couple of tornadoes go through the Kyoto area in Keokuk County. Keokuk County. There you go. Remember it. Learn them all. The Delaware tornado, unfortunately, was fatal. So I always have a way to receive warnings. Unfortunately, that was yesterday. Always have a way to receive 80 to 90 degrees. Finally warming up over there. Springtime's coming through. Very good. All right, there's our considerable severe thunderstorm for this one over here, approaching Jefferson and Marion County, Texas, toward the Louisiana border. This is where we're looking, northwest Louisiana and northeastern corner of Texas. So this is in place now for golf ball size hail. So this is primarily for hail. Lots of hail just went through Ore City, possibly another round near Gilmer and to the south. Winnipeg getting 10 inches of snow for winter storm watch. Dang. Thank you for the support. Yeah, I'm happy to help as many people as possible. So on Tuesday, we'll be talking about the risk in depth. Both Ryan and I will be streaming. Okay. That's Tuesday, April 4th. Um, More than likely, I think I would like to stream on Wednesday as well. April 5th, I'll be clearing out the schedule so that if it continues to look like a day of an enhanced risk from the Storm Prediction Center and also concerning risk into southern and southeastern Ontario, I'd like to be there for that. Of course, I like cats. A cat and dog person. Oh, really, Cosmos? Interesting. Maybe that's where that guy went. Went to your south by 10 miles. Yeah, it's always so difficult to go offline because on Friday when I did, finally end the 14-hour stream. 5 minutes later, there's another EF3 tornado that touched down around Hazel Green, Alabama. So I can do the best I can do, but like things can just be so fast. Unfortunately, that one was fatal too. And I feel horrible that I wasn't able to cover it. I was there 5 minutes before it. You never know. Like it's just terrible. Like you always have to have another way to receive warnings though, just because like there's only so much we can do. Gilmer, Texas is right here. Thank you for the contribution. It's gonna be nasty there for just a few minutes. I probably won't do anything about rating tornadoes. I care more about the humanity aspect. A good channel I'd recommend though is Carly Anna WX. She focuses a lot on the humanity aspect and why tornadoes were rated the way they were. She's my good friend ever since I worked with her. Still close friends with her. Carly Anna's great. You guys might remember Carly. She's still working hard on all those projects. I'm gonna keep the red and the pink on GR Analyst for the warnings. Yeah, I did absolutely as much as I could on Friday, but nobody is nobody's perfect, and even though I missed those at the end, that one more good one at the end there. I don't know the rental rates there, so probably not any good though. Yeah, Carly's great. Carly is great. The Carly on Ryan's stream now, that is his sister, different Carly, just as great, wonderful person to work with. Can I link you? Yeah, yeah, I can do that. Give me a second. I can definitely do that. Because Carly is great. Thank you all for still being here, hanging out while we are in the last few warnings here for today. This is Carly Anna in the chat there. That's 30-second delay, but you'll hear me say it. That's the link. My name highlights, so you know who I am. I forgot about the delay for a second. There you go. There's her channel. West of Gilmer, they're moving east. This direction. Here, I'll play the loop for you. That's a better idea. You can see the storms in action. European and American models on Radar Omega. The European model is just run by a different group of people. It's a global model. The GFS is a global forecast system, another different model. So we pay attention to both of them as they both have their own biases and output, and we can make conclusions as a result of that. Across Wisconsin on Tuesday. Yeah, the risk can extend all the way to the north, even as far north as La Crosse. So probably some gusty winds are going to pass through that area. Ruston, you guys are out ahead of the storm. There it is moving towards you. Just about over Arcadia right now, getting loud there. Damaging winds moving in. Storm's looking like it's fizzling out just a little bit, but it's still going to be pretty strong when it gets to you. So you're next in line, Ruston, 5-10 minutes out. Monroe, let's see here. Monroe about probably an hour out, 45 minutes out. There in northern Louisiana. This is our I-20 storm. It's tracking along just like we thought it would. The I-20 storm. I have no idea what you're talking about, Jules. Okay. Yeah, Ryan decided not to chase on Tuesday. Both of us will be live on Tuesday. Eastern Pennsylvania good on Wednesday. Probably late in the day, you might see something then. Honestly, remains to be seen how storms evolve on that day. ECMWF is almost always known as the best in terms of accuracy. It's a four-dimensional model, so it's also, I mean, it's just it's an impressive model, but it has its own biases and it has its own resolution issues and so forth. So just in the forecasting business, what I spit out to y'all is just interpretations of that. Yeah, Ryan should be streaming. Absolutely, Mary. Happy to help. Hardly rained. That's good. Yeah, Hazel Green is shocking 5 minutes after, but it can spin up just as good. We saw a few of them spin up just that fast on Friday. So North Mississippi, yep, this, storm right here will probably North Mississippi. You're fine for now. The storm's gonna move, east across I-20 though. These are self-sustaining systems whenever we see them like this. Um, this could last all the way through Vicksburg and Jackson into Mississippi, maybe just north. It's just probably gonna be a strong storm when it gets there. Alright, let's go back to our active tornado warning since it's still in progress here in Milam County. It really looks, still like some garbage. Again, it's, going through a cycle here again near Minerva. South of Cameron here, so it's, taking more of a southern path. So out ahead of this thing in Texas, we're looking at, down to Caldwell, Texas, Benchley, Texas, Hearn, Texas. All along here could be the, extended path, maybe a little bit further south and east as well into Burleson County. Over the next little bit for this, supercell, which, I mean, really is like the last one out here. Just a lonesome supercell all by itself. You'll probably see the lightning from this thing for quite some, distance away from it. One little supercell. Please be taking shelter. Consider taking shelter down the line in Milano, Caldwell, Mooring, Mumford, and Benchley, Texas as well. Have a safe place in mind. At some point tonight, I'll make a forecast video about it, I hope. It's, gonna be a little bit difficult because I have a lot to work on, but, um, thanks for the support, Dana. I hope to make a video about it. If for some reason I don't have a video tomorrow, um, then, Ryan has a great video covering this already, what's coming up. So, I mean, we can only say it so many times, like, the information is the same right now. You're in Toronto, weather way on Wednesday. Microbursts happen when thunderstorms are in the dying stage. So a microburst is literally usually everything falling out of the storm at the same time. And when you have such a large mass response, that's when you can get really gusty winds or really strong winds all at the same time with a bunch of heavy rain. All on its lonesome over here. So Corsicana, nothing's happened up there. You're good. I recommend Radar Omega or Radar Scope. Both are fine, whichever you find that works for you. I sat here for 14 freaking hours on, last Friday. So, sure. I can stand up too. Do you want me to do that? I got a standing desk. It's pretty cool stuff. Oh, y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. All right, let's go back over here. Shreveport's gonna get in on another round of severe weather. Look at this. Coming towards you. More wind and, hail coming this direction towards Shreveport, all along this area. So right back into Caddo Parish. So derecho,
A new
it's
tornado
subjectively
watch has been
defined
issued.
as a continuation of a tornado watch into these areas over here. It's subjectively defined as a line of storms that carries consistent severe winds with it and significant winds as well for over 250 miles. I'm not sure, Brian. I don't know. It seems pretty specific. Thank you for the support, y'all. Appreciate it. Anyone coming through the Memphis area? Honestly, I'm not sure. We need better modeled data, I think, coming through there. But I think the risk for Memphis is probably late Tuesday night and maybe into Wednesday morning over there. When will mid Tennessee be affected? The cold front and storms will probably pass through mid Tennessee on Wednesday. Radar Omega is 8.99 one-time purchase, and then you have access to radar and everything. Then, or not everything, but radar and operating it, and then the data comes with the additional subscriptions that are monthly in various tiers. Looks like 100K tonight. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's supposed to be 80 on Wednesday in Pittsburgh. Dang. Yeah, that's that ripe atmosphere coming up. That's why there's a severe threat already outlined over there. Very that those southerly winds are streaming that warm air in. Dang. It's springtime. Tumultuous weather for springtime. Yeah, how happy to help, Melissa. Thank you so much, Doppelganger. San Jacinto County. Let's see. I don't know where that is. I wish I knew every single county in every state. That would be amazing. Uh, I'm looking. I'm looking. I don't even see it. The southern supercell is really going to travel in this direction, but it's probably going to be well gone by the time it gets anywhere close to Houston or Interstate 45. Where the heck is San Jacinto County? Jacinto. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. It's right in front of my face, right over here. I the hope is that it's done for by the time it's over there. So 4 counties to your west, you should be okay. I think it's gonna travel further, south, though, but even then, like, it's probably fizzled out. So this one that was up here near Waco is already gone, completely gone. 254 counties in Texas. Yeah, let me just know every single one of them off the top of my head. I can do it. Good free radar apps. It's tough to say. There is a few, but, honestly, I don't know. I just don't have any free radar apps. I'm sorry. I don't have any free ones. He knew every zip code in California. Wonderful. Alright, let's go back to our Louisiana storm. This one's about to, approach, Ruston, and that's gonna move, through Monroe, all along Interstate, 20 here. It's really just tracking along Interstate 20, bringing gusty winds. Then we got this guy back here that's trying to start doing something, actually. So, we're watching this one closely. I think this one's the most concerning one right now in, Marion County and northern Harrison County in Texas. This is gonna go through, parts of Shreveport again. Again, coming up here along the blue arrow. Thank you, Kim, for the support. Use radar now. Never heard of it. Yeah, my radars are, pretty good. It's, you're not gonna get the same resolution data, though. You're gonna get that blobby look to the radar with the free, version of the app. I have the paid version of radar or, my radar as well. And in that, you can get radar that looks similar to what you're looking at right here. Again, that's not free. Where I get my meteorology degree? UNC Asheville, 2021 grad. Magna cum laude. I don't know where if Bastrop's not along Interstate 20 right now, then, or I don't think you have much to worry about, but yeah, if you're along Interstate 20, you've got one round coming through now and another one possibly coming up. An Asheville graduate. Well, thankfully, I didn't grow up there, but then I understand what you're saying. A tornado watch in Monroe. It's that storm moving through and then another one going, just like I'm talking about here on Interstate 20. Oof. Indeed. Happy to help with captions. I'm sure it's twisting a lot of my words, but I have to stream in normal latency, which means 25-second delay for captions to go through, unfortunately. Missy, thank you for the support. This is really beginning to hook. Take a look, y'all. Supercell here, classic structure. There it is. I've drawn that shape 100,000,002 times. And now here it is again near Jefferson. I would not be surprised with a tornado warning from this in Marion County and Harrison County in Texas. So Shreveport's got their eye on this in the National Weather Service. They're seeing the same thing I am at the moment. And it's very possible we could see a tornado warning, although it's a little disorganized still. So keep your eyes peeled here in uncertain Karnak, Lay, Gray in Texas, and also across the border here into Mooringsport, Oil City, and Caddo Parish. South of Diana, yeah, you got a hail core coming in. Some large hail possible back in here, moving in the next couple minutes. 100 million in 3, yep. Have I ever seen a tornado? No. That will change in May. I'm gonna go storm chasing. DFW Tuesday, unlikely. Maybe a severe thunderstorm to the east of you. You're at NC State transfer last year? I don't know who that would be. I graduated 2 years ago. I forgot. Bastrop. Bastrop. Thank you. Or is it base? Base trip. BASS doesn't tell me. You can have bass, crank the bass, or you can have bass the fish. Think ahead if you're gonna help with the pronunciation. It's a nuanced topic, I would say. Thank you, Tom, for the support. I am not from Minnesota, but I am in Minnesota. I'm from Southern California. Because of cirrocumulus, you have to have a little bit of instability very high up in the atmosphere. Just a little bit, and you'll get a cumulus cloud. Because cumulus clouds are those puffy ones. And the way those form is when there's just rising air right in that area. So if you have just cirrus clouds, the air's not really rising there. It's just kind of steady state moving forward. But if you get a little bit of those puffiness, then you have a little bit of a rising component. Bass the fish. Thank you. Yeah, happy to help if you're going to go to sleep. I'd recommend not going to sleep if you're in Shreveport or out ahead of this near College Station, just in case. Down here in southeastern Texas or eastern, central, eastern, southeastern Texas, College Station. Yeah, Lima. Lima. What? They told me it was lima beans. I said Lima first. Was I correct? No, they're telling me both things. West Monroe, you guys are going to get on this wind bag coming through here. Take a look. Look at the storm over here. It is currently getting to Ruston. It's going to be the same when it gets to Monroe and probably Vicksburg and maybe Jackson. Yep, I live in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro. Twin Cities. You're doing well in Nashville? Pittsburgh area this week? Yep. Be paying attention Wednesday. It is Lima. See? See, chat? Oh, no. I just say both. I just say both. Now they're telling me Lima. Now they're telling me Lima. Do I have a P.O. box? I do not. So, one round of severe weather coming through, and this next round is probably going to do much of the same thing. It's actually doing the same exact thing. So we had this leading supercell that was, possibly tornadic here, as it approached Shreveport an hour or 2 hours ago, and then we had that hail core back in the back here. It's doing the same thing again. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that incredible when that happens? I'm good with Lima. I'm gonna do it. Tomato, tomato. Right, Amy? You tell him. They say Lima. I'm going with that. Uh, yep, go figure. It's classic. And there are no issues here with that. There are no issues. St. Louis, you definitely have to be watching out Tuesday. Not too hard Friday, but could this be a serial derecho? Tuesday could be, yes. This, no. This is not a serial derecho. Serial is when you got those really long, the long squall lines. Progressive derechos look more like this right here, but this is not a progressive derecho. Not the moment. All the beans. Where did I meet Ryan Hall? That's a great question. I like talking about this often. Paris, Texas. Y'all are good. Y'all are good. a little bit under the severe threat on Tuesday on the southern, very southern extent of it. We'll see. So be paying attention on Tuesday. Yeah, I'm really thinking we could see a tornado warning come through here. Would not be surprised. Again, Caddo Parish here, northern Harrison County, and maybe southeastern Marion County, northeastern Harrison County. That's possible we could see the same thing happening here as we did a couple hours ago. So watching this one closely. Let's take one more look down here at this supercell. Looks a little garbage. It's probably going to go to the west of College Station down this direction, roughly along this path. So if you play that back, you can see it. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to travel the same direction here to the south and east. That tornado warning is likely going to be allowed to expire pretty soon here. We'll be back to no warnings. But we might not be no warnings for long with this over here if this does ramp up. Meteorology degree took me 4 years. Classic Bachelor of Science. It was tough though. I almost double majored in math too, but I was like, there's one class left, and I was like, I don't need this. Oh, but yeah, talking about how I met Ryan, I applied to be a YouTube mod, much like so many of y'all are interested in doing. That's all I did. I applied and I gave my background and what I do, hoping to fit in with the team. I expected there to be like 10 meteorologists with Ryan, and like they were like, highly organized behind the scene. And he's like, no, do you want to do all of this for me? And I was like, I wanted to mod your YouTube channel, but I think I could do it. And then I just started working with him. So go figure. Northwest corner of Nevada. Snow. People live up there? Dang. Was that green boundary blocking the inflow? That's a great question. So this right here in Texas is our Texas supercell. This green boundary right here is the rear flank gust front. So we have our rear flank downdraft right here, the back part of the storm. That's descending air toward the surface with all the rain in it. And then that air pushes out in front of the storm and forms a gust front. And that's the rear flank gust front. So this is where the winds it'll get real windy as this passes through. You can see that nicely in the red here too. Raw weather data. Oh, I'd have to pick the brain. There are databases though from INCEP in CEP. That's where I'd start. Of course, this is my job. I have to have a livelihood. You are silly. I work on hurricane season? We'll see. I worked through the last one. I covered Hurricane Ian live with Ryan when we had 100,000 viewers. I was all over the place. So yeah, I'll see why not. Right now, I'm not streaming for Ryan. I'm streaming with him. Even though he's not live today, we will be streaming together on Tuesday and maybe even Wednesday. Topeka, you're right on the edge of it. So early afternoon for y'all is when you want to be paying most attention. Iowa, all day, pay attention from afternoon on. Oh, severe outlook for tomorrow is muted. There's just a bunch of marginal risks. So if a storm comes through your direction, it is hopefully just a marginal risk there. But that's what the Prediction Center has there, subject to upgrades. It's the day before the day though. Tomorrow. Favorite hike in Asheville? I went up Reynolds Mountain quite often. That's not really a hike though. It's just a road that goes up on a hill. But I liked it a lot. Reynolds Mountain. It's to the north. Montgomery, Alabama. Just a marginal risk tomorrow, I think. And then Wednesday, you'll probably want to pay attention again. I want to talk about good stuff with the chat here. We got all these locations coming through, but I want to. We need some deep conversation if anyone has questions. Yeah, anyone in Missouri needs to be paying attention Tuesday. Anyone in Arkansas needs to be paying attention Tuesday. everybody in those states. We gotta get them all being tuned in Tuesday. Everybody in, basically everybody in Illinois, everybody in the eastern half of Iowa. Typhoon season. I can try to incorporate it into videos. Oof. Ardmore should be alright. Are we in El Nino? Just now developing, becoming an El Nino at the moment. Pretty quickly, though, rapidly. Rapid El Nino development. And don't be surprised if a tornado warning does come through here for Caddo Parish. Eastern Marion County, northeastern Harrison County in Texas. I don't know where Franklin is. Otherwise, I would help. But if I'm not looking at it right now, then you're probably all right. What is the meaning of life? Thoughts on quantum physics? I consider I'd do with my meteorology degree after college. I don't know. Eventually, initially, I was going to work with DTN actually, which is an agriculture company. They have a meteorologist who forecasts on site for the PGA Tour, which I thought was the coolest thing. I love golf. I love golf. Um, so I thought that was the coolest thing to go out there and do lightning detection and forecast for the PGA Tour. That was one thing I was thinking about. But that would be a harsh life because it's constant traveling. I would have to be a solo boy. Math is tough, but there are always resources for you to get through the math in a meteorology degree. We're 1K away from 100,000. Ryan is yammering on me to be like, "Hey, subscribe." He's like, "Ryan, oh, subscribe, please. Get him to 100K tonight." So if 913 of you are not subbed, well, Ryan is telling me to get. Ryan's getting on my case about it. I'm like, I just am covering the weather, man. We'll be fine. We'll get there. Okay. It's cool, right? It's cool. Yeah, PGA Tour. Don't hold the golf club in the air in a thunderstorm. Climate change. I'm a climatologist. I should not have said that. Y'all, do not, do not start discussing that. Okay. My way of managing this is to show you what's happening at the moment. That ties into the climate. Climate is very important. Anyone making that any more of an issue than I'm talking about will go bye bye. A biology major in Baton Rouge, nice. Math major moment. I almost did it. I almost did it. I almost did it. Clip it. Clip it and send it. Climatology is very important. Extremely important. And if me saying that and you respect me right now for covering the weather, that doesn't tell you enough, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You are unfortunately unfortunate. Unfortunately unfortunate. You got your geography major. Nice. Working with GIS. GIS is huge, huge, huge. You can get so many positions if you can do a GIS stuff. Yeah, slash S. Perfect. Let them know. Who drinks more Mountain Dew? I never have Mountain Dew. Thanks for the support. Mountain Dew is like the soda I have the least. C Mike, thanks for the support. Atmospheric thermodynamics part of standard meteorology degree? Yes. Is advanced calculus and beyond? Most likely. Yes. Thermodynamics is essential to meteorology, especially atmospheric. I mean, uh, that's a major part of the atmosphere and understanding how everything works. So if you don't have that, then nothing else really is going to make physical sense. That's funny. Fort Smith. YouTube chat. Ryan's just a mod on this channel. He works for me. He doesn't. Yeah, he volunteers for me. Shouts to Ryan. What a great volunteer, y'all. Ryan Hall, y'all. It's a Minnesota snow event. Uh, it's probably gonna be with the rest of the system on Tuesday that's causing all that mess. I get my caffeine, Dr. Pepper. I can't have too much caffeine, though. I'm a very small lad. I weigh 100 pounds. I'm 5'8". So I don't need caffeine, man. I got energy. Dr. Pepper's good. Anxiety with weather. You're watching what is going to be impactful right now. You're watching it on Tuesday and Wednesday, too. Oh, I don't know where the Masters are at the moment. I don't keep up with professional golf. I just really like it. Storm shelter is above or below ground, either if it's sturdy enough, but below is always preferable. Math is something, yeah. I'm taking over. No. No. What's the worst tornado I've seen? Not from, from an armchair perspective. I don't wanna categorize it. There are a lot of bad ones that I've watched over the last year, so I don't need to make one worse than the other. People were impacted. Yes, I love Dr. Pepper strawberries. It's my favorite one actually now. Let them know, let them know. Keep that stuff going, make it permanent. Masters in Augusta? Thank you. Well, then your outlook's pretty good. Marginal risk tomorrow, I think. Well, it's Eastern Georgia, so maybe not even then. This is Tuesday's risk. Let's see the Masters tomorrow. What's going on? Nothing. A little bit of thunderstorms, maybe. This is what happens in Georgia in the spring and summer. Midas eats wet food. The favorite treat is those single package chicken treats. The chunka chicken. Those are very good. For the cat, I mean. For the cat. For the cat. Oh man, that's funny. Strong storm still headed through I-20 to Monroe. 20 minutes out from Monroe at the moment. 15. They may persist all the way east for a while along Interstate 20. And then another round's coming back behind it. No tornado warning with this yet. If it does develop, though, you'll see it. We are out of the tornado warnings now. That one in closer to the west of College Station has been allowed to expire. Thanks for your support, y'all. Storm Chaser in Clarksville was Tuesday for Tennessee for the HRRR. HRRR is not running that far out yet. Tennessee, though, it's going to be west of Tennessee on Tuesday. Tennessee, we'll see the storms on Wednesday sometime, but I don't know if they're going to be that bad. Don't know if they'll be that bad yet. How long have I had my channel? This channel here, I've been operating it for 20 days, 21 days, 3 weeks. Dog heard me say chicken. Oh no, dinner time. Walkies. Any dog owners? Walkies. Is that malicious? I don't know. I think it's fun. We see the cat? Nah, he's upstairs. He's upstairs snuggled in bed. My cat named me. Yeah, he talks to me. I don't know. Western Iowa all this week. Western Iowa hopefully stays out of the worst of it on Tuesday. It's really the eastern half of the state, especially southeastern, that is going to be very interesting. So it'll be unsettled in Western Iowa on Tuesday, but once it passes through, all that severe stuff is really going to be east of you, I think. Central Texas over the next couple days shouldn't be too bad at all if there is anything down there. Give me a second. Shouldn't be too bad. Just a marginal risk tomorrow for DFW again. Marginal risk tomorrow. Low end severe weather if it does happen, and then the big stuff's on Tuesday and Wednesday. Minus is 12. DFW good to go to sleep? Yes. DFW can go to sleep. Chicago, please pay attention Tuesday. Tuesday evening over there. Multiple rounds possible. Still watching this here. About to cross Texas-Louisiana border near Shreveport. Another round coming through for Shreveport. Yeah, a lot of the clickbait can be frustrating, but, yeah, that's, we do our best here. I always have input into Ryan's channel, all the videos Ryan's doing, so, as well as other meteorologists we have on the team, Ben Price, Heidi Oberlin, amazing people. Gonna work with them closely on Tuesday. I think we'll see a tornado warning pretty soon with this. This is still, starting to ramp up more. So, please, go ahead and get in your safe spots here in Shreveport. Once again, this is gonna go through the northern part of the city this time, and then, it's gonna be more of the same for a lot of Shreveport, but this part up here is a little concerning, so we could see some brief development here. So, let them know in Shreveport. Strong storm coming through about 20, 30 minutes out. Don't like the look of this one, so let's pay attention, of course. Let's pay attention. Louisville Tuesday night, maybe. It's Tuesday night into Wednesday morning probably for y'all, maybe Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for the support. We're gonna have way, way more to tell you about Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now, if you're in anywhere in the Midwest, like Tuesday and Wednesday, southeastern Toronto, southern Toronto, Ontario, including Toronto, and then into the Northeast, to just be like right now, you should be preparing. We don't have the specifics to tell you yet. It's still a few days out. Still a few days out. So there's this considerable severe upgrade for this storm. That hail is beefing up there. It's a nears Marshall. Just right now you just have to have a plan in place. It's better to not travel on that day. Just the plan should literally be pay like I'm gonna have these things to pay attention to on Tuesday. And if you do that right now, you're good because we can't tell you much more specific than that. You just have to be paying attention on those days. I can't tell you if there's gonna be a tornado or wind in your city. So all you have to know is just to be a heads up there. Longview, Texas, good for now, I think. Um, down here, these storms are passing to your north and east. I think you're mostly fine. Maybe a little bit more heavy rain if these back here track toward you. You're on the wrong scene this whole time. Not a medium. Central Illinois, Tuesday. Well, we showed the risk just a bit ago, but yeah, I'll show it to you again. Then we'll be talking about Shreveport. Tuesday's risk is this right here. Pretty much everybody in here just needs to be paying attention on Tuesday. Some capacity. So large area for Tuesday. And that's all I mean, just look at this risk right here. If you're anywhere in the orange and the yellow, first and foremost, it's a day to mark on your calendar. And then just pay like on that day, we'll be talking about it and what specifically is going to happen. I have YouTube videos leading up to it. That's what we do here. Just don't work that way. I need to control Ryan's entire weather house. I'll do it. This is struggling to come together here, but I'm still concerned about this storm here headed towards Shreveport. Well, what happens at the surface can be much different from what the height the radar is scanning. So that's why you can have 70 miles at the surface, but it looks like light nothing on the radar. We just saw that over DFW actually, the Dallas storm, and that little storm that just went through a couple hours ago. I don't have to spam the same message over and over. Doing good here. We're doing good. Amy, it's okay if we don't get to 100K tonight. Maybe we'll do it with the video. That's fine. All right. It's fine. It's fine. I'll be all over the place on Tuesday and Wednesday here on this channel. So, you know, we're just doing good things here. Will happen naturally. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Lake Michigan can cause storms to fall apart, especially in the street in the spring. Yes, because the lake's still cold. If you're in right on the lake, on the border of the lake, yeah, you could get a little bit of lake modified air there. It's a little more stable. So it is possible. Typically, it'll happen in just a bit, but strong storms can move into it and, overcome it for just a little bit. Will we ever be able to perfectly predict the weather? No, I don't think so. Because the weather at some point down the line, right now, there's molecules bumping into each other, microscopic level. And if they do that just a little bit differently than we thought they would have, 3 weeks down the line, something could be entirely different. 2 months down the line, it could be entirely different. So because of that, it's just impossible to know exactly what will happen. We could get pretty close though. Anybody who's spamming the same message over and over, talking to anybody about that. Yeah, thanks to the mods. Mods really helpful on a stream like this. Things are warmer this year. It's relative, but yeah, I agree with you. Quantum computing, true. Oh my gosh, y'all are so funny. There are no problems if we don't get 100K. I'm not focused on that. I'm not focusing. Okay, well, I'll say thank you and so forth. The fastest rise to 100K is great, but it's much appreciated. Dust devils into real tornadoes? Not typically, because dust devils usually happen without a cloud. For a tornado to be classified as a tornado, it's attached to a storm. Otherwise, it's a land spout. Well, there's a little more. There's a couple more clarifications in there, but that's the way you could think about it. Oof. Hope you're doing well there in Washington State. The wildest storm I've tracked is probably Friday. Um, this last Friday. So Mississippi, this storm, right here, heading along I-20 is probably going to continue along I-20 and bring some powerful winds into and along I-20 through Mississippi. And then we have another one that may grow upscale into the same thing. May do it again. The rest of the state, rain. If it does do anything up here in the northern half, it'll be rain. Jacksonville, Arkansas on Tuesday, you definitely need to be paying attention. I wish the best for you though. Wish the best for you. Unfortunately, you are in the line of the storms that or the line of sight for storms on Tuesday. No. I don't I if it's 100K offline, I don't care. I don't care. We're just covering these last few storms here. 'Cause this one's pertinent to the Shreveport area. Gotta be making sure we're looking at it. I don't know the worst tornado on Friday. There were a few that were all bad. It's not we don't have to categorize one as the worst. People's lives were impacted. Hopefully that helps in Jackson, Mississippi. Dust devils anytime there's wind. Yep, yep, yep. Now, yeah, because usually water spouts are a part of a storm. So that's why when they hit land, they're a tornado. Very true. Yeah, thank you all for the support. Arkansas will be in the afternoon and evening, and then as you go northeast towards Jonesboro, might be overnight into the hours where it gets dark out there. So unfortunately, probably northeast Arkansas will be closer to at dark. Hopefully not though. Hopefully not. We'll see. No, this green icon here, this is a TVS or a vortex signature. It's an algorithmic thing that shows up when we have some rotation on the radar. But then it's up to human interpretation, which is what I'm here doing, to tell you what exactly is going on to the best of our ability. So this looks concerning over here, right? We got this thing here, but as far as I can tell from this supercell down here, we're not really seeing too tight of rotation. So right in here, there's probably a wall cloud here. You're probably going to be able to see it if you're, if you're in the northwestern side of Shreveport. But I'd recommend being indoors for this. So pass through the northern side of the city, northern side of Shreveport, Brownlee, North Highlands, this area. Not currently tornado warned. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, Wednesday for southern and southeastern Ontario. If I'm on streaming that day, then I'll be covering that area too. Yeah, I'm happy to help everybody who's excited. Thank you guys. I love seeing all y'all just I love seeing all of y'all just being excited for it. Like, it's real and we have storm anxiety for anybody in the path of these things, but that's what I'm here to help with actually. It's really what I'm here to help with. The storm chaser setup, they're currently frozen, but I think Brian's offline now. He's gone off Zello, but we've had those storm chasers out there. They were in central Texas, just about. So we had Zach and Frankie and Brian Allen. So let's put up the rail fans there. We got some cameras. Uh, and double check if Zach is still streaming. I'm not sure if he is, but we have more rail fan cams. Look at that. Look at that. Yep, I would say for everybody who's not in basically in Monroe, Louisiana, or Shreveport, that it would be okay for y'all to go to sleep if your bedtime is early on in the night here, around 9:30 p.m. Central. Down here near College Station in Caldwell, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning now. We watch the tail end of the life of this supercell down here. No, radar's usually pretty up to date. Sometimes we can get scans within 30 seconds of the processing. Yeah, that big sandy cam. I don't know. I don't know which cams I have up right now. They probably. I'm not sure if they were ever switched. Unfortunately, so I'm not sure where these even are. I can't see them. I can't see where those cams are. Heck yeah. Get ready to go to bed. But unless you're in Shreveport, because this one is concerning. Some powerful storms are gonna move through. You're gonna get woken up anyways here in Shreveport, so blah. And then Monroe, you're gonna get woken up. If you try to go to bed in like 2 minutes from now, it's gonna be loud. And you're like, what the heck? What the heck, man? Again, this storm's gonna travel along I-20, be self-sustaining for quite some time here and head towards Jackson, Mississippi. So there may be severe thunderstorms as far east as Jackson in Mississippi. But it's gonna go along I-20, then perhaps do it again down here or over here near Shreveport. That chat's so silly. Yeah, Amy's doing good work. Guys, I'm not even looking at the sub count. Ryan is like I'm watching Ryan celebrate right now in Discord, and I'm like, I just want to look at Shreveport, man. So almost 100K. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. We got more work to do. No, Haley, Toledo, Ohio will have to be on the lookout on Wednesday for severe weather. You'll be paying attention. It's going to become evident on those days when people keep talking about it. So you'll be paying attention on those days, I'm sure. And we'll probably be here for you, especially on Tuesday, Wednesday. Can I update College Station? I just did, I think, unless you joined within 20 seconds. But yeah, College Station is just a severe thunderstorm to your west. I think it'll miss the city quite a bit. Go to the southwest. Yeah, lots of lightning in this one. Where is this one? Let me see if I can look at it. Uh, Spartanburg? I don't think that's lightning. I think that's a flashing light. I don't know if it's storming over there in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Yeah, those were never switched over. So those are just some railfan cameras to watch. Unfortunately, they're never switched over. Took screenshots of Ryan 100K? That was a long time ago, before I started working. Alright, 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 I'll bring it up. Man, y'all. You're kicking me. You're getting me here. I don't even remember how to look at the sub count, except I can see it. Okay, see live counts. Okay, yay, I'm doing it. Look, wee, 99.9. We're doing the streamer thing. Please be taking shelter in Shreveport, Louisiana. Alright, we're looking at it. OG of the Andy channel. We got plenty more work to do. Springfield, Missouri. Good to see you. Hope you're paying attention next Tuesday. We'll be streaming on that day. Might be for your area too. Utah along the Wasatch Front. Snow. If you're in Salt Lake City. Or rain down there. Could be rain. But there's definitely going to be unsettled weather over the next couple days as our big old storm system that has the severe weather risk moves in on Tuesday and Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday, unsettled weather over there. Okay, I have it up there so everybody likes to move the numbers, right? Oh, they stopped it. 100K. Thank you guys. I was here, Ryan Hall, y'all. Hey, thanks, Ryan, for boosting the channel. 100,000 subs. We're going to do so much more. This historic moment from here on. Good job. Thank you, guys. Andy Hill channel in 100,000 subs in 3 weeks. 21 days from the first video. Well done. I hope I have made myself worth that much to y'all. I hope I made myself worth that much. So appreciate all of you. You made me turn over here. I was like, no, I just want to look at the storm. We're just looking at the storm. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. This is hard work. Just beginning. Just beginning here. Social meteorology, guys. This is the paradigm shift right here. Starting anew. We are providing a new way to receive your weather and make an impact to the people you care about because you can tell them what's going on. Oh my gosh, this chat. This chat. Thank you guys. Yeah, I hope I can help as many of you all as possible as a thanks for getting me to this point. As a thank you. Thank you for the support. Lots of nervous Michiganders. Wednesday in the eastern part of the state is where we're looking right now. Detroit on Wednesday has a chance for supercells, chance for damaging wind. So be paying attention Wednesday. All right. This is not $100,000. My goodness. Yeah. Thank you guys. Let's put the storms back up. We made it. Nice. All right. This one's still approaching Shreveport from the north. Let's play the loop back. Take a look at it. There it is. Going in quite the consistent direction. So let's draw it out. This direction for the supercell into Bossier Parish, that is. That's where we're watching here. Coming up in the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Out ahead here towards Red Chute, Brownlee, North Highlands. And then back behind it, we've got this big old hail falling here. Wind-driven hail, actually. Again, it's going to go to the north of Marshall. So round 2, this is the area I think that was hit the hardest today. Right here around Marshall, Texas, because they got very powerful winds and hail moving through earlier. And now they're going to get it. A lot of this is going to be right on the border of getting it once again there. Definitely the most impacted area today, I think.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. Now we have the tornado warning in Decato Parish and Bossier Parish on the eastern edge of Texas here. Um, why is it on the eastern edge of Texas? Good question. Let's see where it pops up. I guess they issued it a little bit behind here, maybe like this. That might be what happened. Just on the eastern edge of Texas across the border. But here it is. There's their tornado warning. We've been yammering on about it once again. Always like to yammer on about it because it does mean a lot here. So tornado warning for these areas. Make sure you tell everybody there to take shelter once again, especially northern Shreveport. But it's a good idea for everybody down here to, just practice taking shelter. Your phones went off at the same time. Yeah, so right on the edge there. There we go in that pink box. There's our tornado warning. Great County, y'all are more than likely about to be fine if you're not already. Down here in Longview, maybe just like one more bit of winds gusting through here with some storms, but not as bad as what has gone through. Classic looking supercell. Take a look, y'all. There it is. You got that hook right on the end of it. Yep, this is exactly what I would have called out if I were talking on Ryan's stream. I'd be like, "Hey, Ryan, we're watching this." Radar indicated means that we're watching the possible, a storm that could possibly produce a tornado based on its radar data, the data that's being collected about this storm. So radar indicated means it's checking off those lights, it's passing filters. It's like, hey, we should be paying attention to this. Here's a tornado warning, just in case it develops. There we go. So again, this is going to move through the northern bit here, the central bit of Caddo Parish into Bossier Parish. Pass just north of most all of Bossier City and Shreveport. You're gonna be able to see it. I don't recommend being outside, but um, yeah, I have not seen sprites. I hope to be able to do that. I want to see a heat burst. I want to be in it. I want to see sprites. I want to see all of that in my storm chasing adventures next month. And hopefully I can, still put out some videos and so forth while I'm out and about. That's the hope. That's the hope. Because I don't want to just stop telling y'all things for 2 weeks while I'm chasing. But rest assured, I'll have stuff to look at. And thank you guys, everybody who's sent along support. Rosemary, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. While this supercell kind of falls apart down here, let's take one more look at it just in case it's still doing something. We'll come right back up to Louisiana. Little bean down here, just a little bean west of College Station. Severe warned. While this just falls apart over the next couple hours, um, I think the only other places we really need to watch for severe weather today are up here. Now moving into northern Louisiana for the night. So everybody else, as soon as this passes through Harrison County in Texas, we'll be pretty much good to go. Pretty cool. Be pretty much good to go. Rotating storm here going up with height. I don't see anything imminently tornadic, but again, this is just something to make sure you're taking shelter for. It doesn't hurt you. Doesn't hurt you to take shelter here. So, have I eaten anything? I don't want to tell you the answer to that because then everybody's gonna get on my case. I'm totally fine. Tiny bean. Yeah, I want to see all those cool things. Make sure I experience it because it's one thing to cover all these storms from an armchair, and then like when you go out there and you're in it, you get a respect. You get a certain respect for it, and I think that that's going to add to my perspective on covering these events. At least a decent amount, and I think that's valuable. Nope, this is not confirmed. This is radar indicated, so it is a preventative warning. Please take shelter in Bossier Parish and the northern part of Caddo Parish here. So into Shreveport. Would recommend, just being in shelter. It's a nice thing to do. Cliff bars, yeah. See, that's what I was talking about. No, we're all good here. I am gonna dive into some potato salad and, some, baked beans, I think, after this. No, no, I'm not gonna go in an interceptor armored car. Oh my gosh, yeah. Why does the sky turn green around tornadoes? The sky turns green because of hail in the cloud. Ice refracts light, and eventually, once that reaches your eyes, all that light combined kind of turns into a greenish hue if refraction is occurring in the storm. So it's the same thing as when you have two mirrors or you have a endless like mirror of something. Eventually, you start to see something that just looks like a faint green. It's kind of the same thing. Yeah, it's your classic mustard mayo potato salad, I think. A loaded southern potato salad. This is headed to the east-southeast towards, the northern half of, Shreveport here, along this blue arrow. If you're south of I-20 in Bossier Parish, you should be taking shelter right now. You'll probably be fine. You'll be fine. How do hills and valleys affect tornadoes? As tornadoes go up and down hills and valleys, you can literally think of it as flattening the spinning part of the storm and then stretching it. So it's possible when it gets flattened because it goes up a hill, it spins less rapidly because it broadens out. And then when it goes down a slope, it can also, it gets stretched out so it can start spinning faster. That's one possible way that hills and valleys can affect tornadoes as they move through. I've gone over Tuesday and Wednesday quite a few times. It is not an outbreak yet because it hasn't happened. CC means correlation coefficient. I've gone over it quite a few times. All I can say at this point is that we have those risk areas in place so that you're paying attention. No, I did not make the potato salad. The baked beans have brisket in them, guys. Come on now. I'm getting the protein. There's brisket in there. I'm looking forward to it. And Monroe's getting started here. Storm's getting started. Gonna be nasty out there for 10, 15 minutes as it goes through. That's gonna persist all the way east, probably through Vicksburg, maybe even all the way to Jackson, Mississippi. And these guys over here that we're watching right now might do the same exact thing. Yeah, I like to respond to as many people as possible. Tater salad, thank you. Yeah, of course, it's tater salad. This does not look like it's currently producing a tornado. For those curious, we have radar indicated warning in place here for you to take shelter. Part of the problem, is with these types of storms is that, hey, Shreveport already got through. Like, oh, is this a duplicate warning on my phone? Why is this going off? No, it's a new warning. It's a new warning. That's something we got to make clear to people because I think a lot of people probably think that. Like, oh, we already went through one. It's done. No, it ain't. Michigan, Wednesday. Pay attention on Wednesday. Ohio, Wednesday. Pittsburgh, Wednesday. Have I seen the Northern Lights before? It is on my Twitter. I saw it on March 24th. It's the first time I've actually really seen them, and it was incredible, visible to the eye. It was I'm never gonna forget that. That was just over a week ago. It feels like a month ago. It was just over a week. I posted a Twitter of it on a picture of it on Twitter. Horizontal vortices? Oh yeah. Yeah, horizontal vortices, wind is streaming up into a tornado, a powerful one. There's multiple areas of, like circling, rotating air, whether it's horizontally, so it's rotating like this, or vertically like this. As it goes into the storm, if that air condenses into a cloud, you can see it visually as a rope wrapping around the tornado. So that's literally just air streaming from the surface up around into the tornado from, outside of the circulation. I know the northern lights last week were absolutely incredible. Florida, no, you're fine. It was last month, true. Oh, I don't even know if I like Cliff Bars. Are they any good? I'm in Minneapolis right now. I'm from Southern California. Did my degree in Western North Carolina. Mixed bag. I got it all. So if y'all are criticizing my y'alls, I was in the Bible Belt for 5 years. I heard it enough. Mixed bag. There is no tornado probably down at the moment in north of Shreveport, but you need to be taking shelter. We have this warning in place that's on your screen for a reason. Is there for a reason. So please be taking shelter. It's a good idea. Interior most room of your house in Louisiana, because most of y'all don't have basements down there. Make sure you got your shoes just in case. It's good to practice this, even if the storm doesn't do much for you. This is good practice. Know what to do when the warnings come for you. Oh, I don't know where Paragould is. I don't know what that is. If it's I don't know which state it is, but Illinois, Missouri, Iowa, eastern half of Iowa, Arkansas, and those are the areas that need to be paying attention on Tuesday. Maybe southern Wisconsin as well. And then on Wednesday, we're really looking at the eastern part of the Midwest, so Ohio up to Detroit, southern and southeastern Ontario, western New York, western Pennsylvania. So we're moving through Monroe right now, Wachita Parish. Is it loud there, y'all? Be inside. Do what in Shreveport? Into your most room of your house. Just be in shelter is a good idea to do. Good idea to do. Is the parish in like right here? Like Shreveport is in Caddo Parish, right? Or is it in DeSoto? I can't see it because the lines are too thin. So like y'all should have gotten the tornado warnings on your phone in there. Oh, by Jonesboro? Okay, so if you're in Paragould, Arkansas, by Jonesboro in Arkansas, you wanna be paying attention on Tuesday. You're in the primary risk area for severe weather. We'll be live streaming. I don't even know how to begin that. Shreveport's in Caddo, okay, good. Central Kentucky will see some storms on Wednesday. Washita, thank you. Washita. 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 Said that like 15 times. Finally, we get it right. Nacogdoches, down here, you're good. Daughter's fine tonight. What time Tuesday? You want to be paying attention from late afternoon through the early night. The primary time for severe storms that you know. Nope, Nacogdoches is good. Indiana on Tuesday night into Wednesday, yes. Good luck storm chasing Southern Ontario on Wednesday. Wish you luck there. Uh, Ringgold, Louisiana. I think I saw that. You're down here. There you are. So this storm might get. It's probably going to go to your north, but it'll be pretty close. You might be able to see it for sure, or you are going to see it. But it'll be 45 minutes out before it's close to you. Is there a good way to identify hail? With the color spectrum that I'm using right here, you can see it in the pinks sometimes, but these pinks can also be extremely heavy rainfall. So it is not a clear cut thing. You need to use multiple radar products to verify it. So Right now, I would use a ZDR, which if I were looking at this and thinking it was hail, it would also show up in the grays and blues here instead of reds. So more than likely, this is just small hail, maybe melting hail. So there's a bunch. There's it's a lot of specific things. You need a class on it. You need a lesson on it, and then a quiz to be able to identify it. You're in Benton. It's about to get bad up there in Benton. Please be taking shelter right now. Hopefully, I'm with you in your interior-most room of your house. Made me become a meteorologist. I watched the Weather Channel when I was 4, and I never stopped watching it. I like the weather. Online location degree for meteorology, probably Mississippi State. It's the one I always hear about. Getting loud there in Monroe. It's gonna pass through. Should be done in 10 minutes for most of y'all. Is there a TBSS? Uh, from what radar? I that's probably unimportant to look at. That is a way to see hail, though, yes, from a radar that's far away. Thank you for the congrats. Piece of reporting tornado on the ground headed towards Benton? Very possible. Very possible right in here. This rotation right here is, it could be a tornado as it approaches Benton. Again, this is why we have this warning in place. So, I mean, get into the interior-most room of your house. Take your shoes. Take the quickest thing you can have is a pillow to protect your head with just in case. Okay, take your shoes. You're in Benton, so if there is any possible rotation on the ground here, then that'll be the case. But I mean, it's gonna be gnarly over there anyways, so you definitely want to be inside for this. Storm's moving about 45 miles per hour east, 40 to 45. Oh yeah, that would be how to see it. True. What are the arrows around the risk areas? That's just to indicate that it's being drawn. It was drawn by a human. Nothing much more than that. The TBSS is a three-body scatter spike. Tells us when the radar hits hail, goes to the surface, comes back up, hits hail, and then comes back to the radar. Very large hail needed for that to happen. Where I go to college, UNC Asheville in North Carolina. Good. Sirens should be going off here in North Highlands. It's to the north. The storm is to your north, just a bit. This is Louisiana. In the Central Valley. Hopefully, you're drying out over there just a bit. Enjoy the spring. Yep. Don't be scared. Be prepared. You're in San Diego. Nice. Thank you for the support, Lori. Oh, I've seen that one before. Matamedi, something like that. Yeah, that one's hard. You guys are silly. Yeah, absolutely. Have a great night in Texas. Hope I helped. Hope I helped anyone in Texas prepare for this event today. Hopefully, you all found value in that, and hopefully, I'm able to help more people here in northern Louisiana as we watch these storms. Hopefully, begin to fall off a bit, but it's not looking like that yet. I did meteorology degree in 4 years, Bachelor of Science, and then all this part of the job is just experience. This is what really gets you. So meteorology is to understand why these things are happening. The degree, I understand the physical processes and the reasons why I can forecast the weather and understand what's happening when we're now casting the weather. And then actually doing it requires just all of the experience. How'd I meet Ryan? I applied to be a YouTube mod. I told him about myself, and he's like, "You should do all of this." I was like, "Okay," and now I'm here. That was in December 2021. That's when I applied. Were my hardest classes meteorological statistics. and partial differential equations in math. Those are very difficult, but but I did my best. They canceled your flight. Ooh. Partners in Dallas, happy to help, Jeffrey. Happy to help. Will Northwest Indiana be affected on Tuesday? Yes. Be weather aware. They get good at calculus? Sure. I prefer arithmetic, but Oxford, Mississippi is okay. Yeah. You guys are fine. Still tracking south. Yeah. We're watching this go this direction towards Minden. Northeast Texas. Last little bit of strong storms, heavy rain is moving through your area right now. And then that's it. Benton going off again. Hopefully it's all right there, but it's going to be a little nasty out just for a bit. I don't think there will be a tornado on the ground right now. We can't see too much in terms of the winds over here. You managed to avoid calculus through a doctorate. Props to you. It's a long train. Yeah, still going through there. That's in Georgia, I think. We're not talking about Georgia. There's just trains there. Knoxville? What? You guys aren't even in a thunderstorm risk tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday sometime. I want to be paying attention on Wednesday. I think you're talking about Wednesday. Thank you, Lindsay, for the support. Oh man. When do I think Idaho will get severe weather? I don't know. When's your usual risk? When's the climatology? Is it summertime? Into the fall? I think they get it quite often in summer and fall, maybe. Memphis on Tuesday, it's probably going to be late Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. The risk is focused on Arkansas. Memphis is just outside of the primary risk, but that can change. That can change. So let's play this back a bit so you guys can see where this is going. Things happening in Utah right now. Took me to Minnesota. My partner doing the PhD up here. Have I met Al Roker? No. Interesting. Morehouse Parish. I don't know where that is. That up there. Look. Oh yeah, Bastrop. That's right. We were just talking about Bastrop. This looks like the storms are going to move through your area right now. The worst part of it's to your south. If you're in Bastrop, it's just causing probably quite a bit of traffic problems along Interstate 20. I'm gonna assist anyone. So if I'm helping wildland firefighters, that's great. If I'm helping the common person, that's great. What is going on in Utah, y'all? What are you talking about? All right, I'll look at it. I'll look at it. Utah right now. I better see something. Uh, where can I go? I better see something over here. What is it? What do you want me to look at over here? Ah, some snow. Some mixed precipitation, maybe. Let's take a look. They really wanted me to know over in Utah. I don't see a single report from anywhere in Utah about what's going on here. So if it's raining here in Ogden and down through the Salt Lake corridor here, then we're good. Definitely snowing up in the mountains though. Definitely gonna snow all the time. And it's probably gonna snow, for quite some time, tomorrow as well. This is the same storm system moving through, this area from the Pacific Northwest and is going to reemerge into the plains and cause our severe weather risk on Tuesday and Wednesday. Not mixed precipitation, no way. Utah moment, Snownado moment. Is Tulsa gonna be in the fun weather Tuesday? I think you're gonna be right on the edge of it, so, possibly, possibly not. Yeah, and I don't see an ongoing tornado from the radar here. We're pretty close, so we should be able to see quite a bit of data here. Nothing tells me that this is ongoing, but please be taking shelter and starting to think about taking shelter down the line into Webster Parish, where Minden is in Louisiana. Minden, Sibley, and so forth. Start thinking about it. Doesn't hurt you. I'm a climatologist, so that's my opinion on climate change. Means I know it's happening. Silly. West Coast atmospheric rivers be more common? Maybe. It just depends on each setup as it happens. All the ingredients have to come together. I'm already looking at the storms here. You're just on a delay. St. Louis arch effect. I briefly heard about that. I have no idea what it is. It sounds silly though. Yes, I've experienced thunder snow in Western North Carolina. Yeah, we did get to 100K. Thank you guys for the grats. We watched it happen live earlier. We did it in 21 days. So hopefully that the severe weather coverage has been, as, valuable as it is, like, a big number like that, I hope the stuff that I've been able to do here has been worth that. That's my primary concern. Central Alabama, probably looking at, the big storm system is probably gonna pass through your area on, Wednesday sometime. That is not a political stance. Shaking my head. Yeah, College Station's fine. Might see some lightning off in the distance. You have 21 days. Uh Are we finished with rain this month in SoCal? It's definitely, below average now from the Climate Prediction Center. We could take a look at that. The CPC. Below average, precipitation expected. Look at this. Look at this, graph right here. See this? 6 to 10 days through, mid-April here, below rainfall for a lot of, a lot for a lot of us. This doesn't mean rain won't happen, but this is our outlook from April 8th to 12th. So maybe some period of warming and sun. Would that be nice? Same thing. Here's the temperature for those same days. Warm. It's warming up on the West Coast. Nice. It's finally going to be spring there over there for y'all. It's warming up. And then it's mostly like neutral throughout the rest of the US over here in those same periods. When we get near normal and a little bit below, it's mostly going to be about neutral. Looking in Northwest Louisiana at the moment. One more strong storm, maybe two, is going to move through the Shreveport. It's going to be stormy in Shreveport over the next couple hours. Uh, I didn't think I was going to be in media, actually. I thought I was going to be working from the back ends in meteorology if I did do work in the sector. I didn't want to be on news, but I'm happy to take it on. I've got experience in broadcasting, so we're all good. Northern Missouri Tuesday, be weather aware. Be weather aware. Columbus, Ohio on Wednesday, be weather aware. It's, the area of risk for severe weather is focused on those days in those areas, so, um, the idea there is that if it continues to be that way this far out, we can't tell you what exactly is gonna happen, uh, that we will be, covering it live. Jonesboro's fine tomorrow. Jonesboro Tuesday, pay attention. It's 97 next Sunday in Phoenix. Yeah, but you live in Phoenix. You know what to expect. Central Indiana Tuesday, late Tuesday night into early Tuesday morning, I think is gonna be the time. If it's for Tuesday, you're outside the primary risk. We'll see if that evolves. But I think every single person asked about Tuesday and Wednesday is gonna be paying attention on Tuesday and Wednesday. That's good for y'all. This is good, okay? Even if I can't answer every single person, and even if I tell you all the same exact thing, it means you're paying attention. And that to me signifies that you're gonna be okay because you actually pay attention. That's a hallmark. That stands out. So pat yourselves on the back too. The important thing here is that we're telling everybody, that beyond the stream who may not be watching these, who may not be watching on Tuesday, who may not be watching on Wednesday. That's the important thing. I have the resources. They don't want me to promote it, but I'm gonna do it anyways. The Ryan Hall Discord, you can find it. You'll be able to find it. We have a bunch of learning resources in there. It's all dedicated into a single spot. So I would seek that out. Hopefully that blanket covers everybody who's asking. The public get the radar maps. Yeah, you talk about this. This is a GR2 analyst. Yes, you can buy it, but it costs a hefty amount. This is what a lot of National Weather Service meteorologists use. It's a lot of what a lot of chasers use. It's one of the most concise ways and also adaptable. So you can add and take away data that you need to look at for your specific application to display this information. But for you, you probably like things like Radar Omega. Will give you this same data and a lot more in a format that you can digest much easier. This is like the back end meteorology people use this. Radar Omega is much more tailored to something you would like to use more than likely. Guys, is El Dorado in Arkansas? They keep asking me about it. If it's in Arkansas, I'm telling you to stay weather aware on Tuesday and to tune into Ryan and I streams on Tuesday. Is Bossier City okay? Just about to get through it from this first storm up here. But there's going to be more heavy rain moving in occasionally after that. All of Shreveport. It's going to be stormy for a bit. No, right now I don't see much of anything. Like it's rotating for sure. There's a bunch of interesting wind directions being produced from this at the same time, but I don't see anything concise. El Dorado, Arkansas. So Tuesday. There is an El Dorado in Oklahoma too. Yep. There's also one in Kansas. What do you use for warnings? It comes through the radar program. So if you have Radar Omega, you can get the warnings through there. Is there meteorology school online? Mississippi State has one of the most well thought out ones. Mississippi State University. Uh, no, you can get rain without thunderstorms quite often. Future radar can be accurate, can also be heavily inaccurate. It is a guideline more than it is a certainty. Use it as a guideline. North Mississippi is fine. Be weather aware on Wednesday morning. But just have a way to receive warnings, I think. That's probably gonna be overnight for y'all over there. Just issued an Outlook via mesoscale discussion? What? Okay, there's, like, an Outlook upgrade concerning is that what it means? Yeah, I watch Retimmer occasionally. Man does great work. He has his, PhD in seasonal prediction related to agriculture. El Dorado, right? True. You know, Amy, you should have gone to bed an hour ago, but I'm happy, and I hope I was able to keep you good company too. Thanks for the support. And thanks for all your work. Thanks for being here. Sorry I didn't let you know ahead of time. You know, things are chaotic, but on you already know what's happening on Tuesday, Amy. So there you go. A filter on Radar Omega, you want the correlation coefficient. It might be super res correlation coefficient. It's going to be tough to nail it though. You have to know when it's happening. Again, this storm over here still tracking along I-20, so Tallulah, Louisiana, Vicksburg into Jackson, maybe a little bit south of that as well. It's going to see a strong storm moving through ahead of time. Check the new MCD. The weather weenies are on my case. I can't let them down. Is it on the site yet? Issued 4 minutes ago. The page you requested cannot be found, so I have to wait. Okay, yes, it's concerning, an Outlook upgrade. 1Z? Wait, what? 1Z? I don't know, I mean, that would be for today, right? That's confusing wording. I'll take a look at it in a second, though. I am ready for warm weather, yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready to get some storms up here in Minnesota. Can I make the map larger? Not really, no. It will remain the same size. No, I've never been to Mississippi. Correlation coefficient means it's, the radar's detecting um, s particles, anything in the air that is the same size, so it's uniformity. So when you have a 2 by 4 flying in the air and you also have a cow, you also have a shingle from your roof, that's not uniform. That's why we see, the correlation coefficient used in those cases, or when you have small and large hail together. Thanks for the congrats. Winchester, Tennessee is fine. Alright, can I see this? I can. Ah, there we go. Nice. So we're gonna have an Outlook upgrade, oh, yeah, okay, I see. So the remainder of tonight, will have a, higher severe risk, a slight severe risk issued, here, let's look at that actually. We can talk about that. So, for tonight, there is a slight risk upgrade coming ow, for down here towards Mobile. So this area down here is gonna be upgraded to a slight risk or a 2 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center, because of this guy right here, and these ones back here. I've been saying it a couple times today. It's called a mesoscale convective system, an MCS, and they are self-sustaining quite often, and that means that all of this area where they travel along, expected by the Storm Prediction Center, will be upgraded for damaging winds. So expect it to be stormy tonight through Jackson, maybe as far north as Meridian, down through Hattiesburg and towards Mobile. Not surprising. MCS moment. So if you look at it, this storm over here is what is prompting that upgrade. It's gonna so let me just tell you that this right here, there's gonna be a severe thunderstorm warning, like that throughout the night. Next few hours. I will not be on to cover that. But you can basically expect this to be severe at some point as it travels through those areas. It's just gonna have warnings along with it. Right now, we're waiting for this last tornado warning to expire, though. Be weather aware in Youngstown on Wednesday. That's Eastern Ohio. I know it. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, this expires and we don't have a new tornado warning issued. Yep, that's there's that slight risk going through. Yeah, it's gonna go all the way maybe to Pensacola. Uh, you have to apply yourself, Zachary. Apply yourself, if you want to. You just got to be in where people are. Just got to be in where people are. If you're aspiring, if you want to learn more in meteorology, it's in where people are, and don't be afraid to ask questions. West New York Wednesday. Yep, there will be severe over there. It's a little far out to tell you exactly what. It's expected though, so be weather aware. In Bossier City, it looks like the storm that's prompted the tornado warning has passed you there in Shreveport. But it's going to be you don't have to be in your safe spot probably for the rest of this. This is just going to be more heavy rain. No, Baton Rouge is fine. It's going to be well east of you. How bad will hurricane season be? I don't know. It might be lesser. Might be lesser this year because we have the El Nino starting up for the Atlantic Basin. Hopefully, we get less hurricanes as a result. But that's just one part of everything. North Georgia, you'll be fine. Storms will eventually make it to you as the entire thing sweeps through the nation sometime on Wednesday. Be okay though. Yeah, Nacogdoches can go to bed. Southern Illinois, be weather aware on Tuesday. Yeah, Texas basically is completely done. Just this guy down here that's petering out over time. Midas is upstairs. Show the forecast for severe weather in South Haven. Man, so many people. So many people. We have no tornado warnings anymore. So let's quickly go over the risks again. This is going to be the last time I do this today, okay? Last time I do this, and then we can call it. So let me show you. Today, these storms right here on Radar Omega, I'm looking at it. They're going to pass down south and eventually toward the south and east, toward Mobile. So damaging wind all the way through here, maybe a couple tornado warnings as we go. So have a way to receive warnings into the morning hours, all the way towards Pensacola. All right. Tomorrow, everywhere is just in a day before the day. Everywhere in the green here. Day before the day. This is Sunday. So marginal severe weather expected up here to the Midwest, in Dallas, in the deep South. Tuesday, here's your risk areas. Everyone in the orange and the yellow. Tuesday, right in here. Be paying attention. Be weather aware on Tuesday. You can see how that slices right through Memphis. The severe weather is mostly going to be just west of you, but this can shift just a little bit, so be weather aware. The timing is going to be something like this, okay? So the timing is going to be like this. The 3-hour increments or 1-hour increments. Okay, so from west to east, just like you're used to. Storms will be much earlier over here in the afternoon to evening hours. Storms will be overnight as they go this direction here in Arkansas. Same thing up there. Afternoon hours, development is expected through the evening to overnight this direction. Probably overnight once it's over here into Indiana. Southern Wisconsin also weather aware. And then day 4, if it lets me show it. Sometimes it doesn't. Nope. Doesn't let me show it this time, but I'll draw it in for you. I'll use my own yellow marker here. So the day 4 risk, that's pink. Day 4 risk is expected severe weather in this area from the Storm Prediction Center. Just like this. This is day 4. And going up here through southern, southeastern Ontario. So western New York, Pittsburgh, western Pennsylvania, most all of Ohio, east of Indianapolis, east of Lansing through Detroit, and up here into southern and southeastern Ontario as far as Ottawa. That is for Wednesday. All of those people are paying attention to Wednesday. Thank you for the support, y'all. So on Tuesday, Ryan and I will be streaming. Both of us will be streaming. It's Tuesday, April 4th. Wednesday, we'll see. On Wednesday, we'll see if both of us are streaming. If not, then hopefully that risk is, staying on the lower end of things. But there we go. What happened earlier today? We had one confirmed tornado earlier today, and I think we might stay at 1, but we'll see if there's another tornado reported any time. That's what happened earlier today, and a bunch of hail reports. So we verified on the lower end of things, which is wonderful. I cover Ontario. Will on Wednesday if I'm there. We will on Wednesday. The warnings are custom graphics. The warnings are custom graphics. Run on a server by our tech team in the back end. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to know how to code to replicate it. Takes a lot. We're very thankful for the team to be able to have such a concise and good, easy to use things like that. Easy for you guys to digest it. And there was still some shear in place, but yeah. Yes, Canada has the ECCC, Environmental Center, something Canada. Sorry, that wasn't a diss. They do important work. The ECCC. Thank you all for the support. Yes, New Jersey did have tornadoes yesterday, as did Delaware. So please have a way to receive warnings, of course. And I'll leave you guys with that. All right. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for 100K. Hope I helped. Hope I made it worth your while. And I'm glad that it was on the lower end of things today. Be ready for severe thunderstorms along I-20 and all the way down towards Hattiesburg and Mobile. Other than that, you're good. So have a great night, y'all. Have a great night. That painting is 2 foxes. See, they're nice and cute. Thanks for being here. Happy to have you all. Good, good job to the mods and good job to everybody for getting the information out to anyone who needed it. If you were watching and relaying it, that's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. So let's all take some time to do some, have some relaxation and treat ourselves tonight. Get yourselves a hot beverage and stay chill. We will be back on Tuesday and Wednesday. All right. Have a good night, y'all. See you. See you then. Unfortunately, see you then. Yep, that's, there's that slight risk going through. Yeah, it's gonna go all the way maybe to fortunately, you're gonna have to know how to code to replicate it. Takes a lot. We're very thankful for the team to be able to have, such a concise and good easy to use things like that. Easy for you guys to